Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in.
Oh, why thank you, Ada.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my world yet again. We are here for more court junkie trials and more fun. However, the trial that we've been following, well, I thought we had day 3 to go into. Well, they took off yesterday and today. So day 3 will start Monday. So we're all caught up, which is great. But a lot of stuff is happening in our world. So we're going to be hopping in over there. We're going to be looking at a few Karen Reed. I'm not going to vomit Karen Reed. Everybody's vomiting Karen Reed. We're not going to do that. I do need to change the thumbnail on this. So yeah, we need to do a thumbnail change because, well, this is not what I need. But everybody, thank you so much for joining. We're going to be talking a little bit about podcasts. That's what I'm looking for. Looking for a thumbnail I can throw up. We'll do this. Open. Yep, that's what we'll do. So anyway, save changes. We have 2 things popping. We have the Karen Reed, and then we have Barry Morphew. I don't know anything about that case because it was dropped and charges have been refiled. My fabulous mod Ronnie has come in and found the indictment for me. My gosh, that woman rocks. I cannot do this without my mods. They are so freaking amazing. Thank you so much for all you do. Oh, yay. Oh my God. Wow, she re-engaged everything. Thank you so much, Ronnie. You are so amazing. She's not on here, but hopefully she'll hop on. So what I'd like to do is hop on over here. Let's get the stage set. Because we have Karen Reed. There's some new interviews that have popped up. I got to get this off. It's the wrong screen shape. There we go. We have got some new information popping up on Karen Reed, new videos, new interviews. So let's watch those quickly, and then we'll get into the Barry court case. So here we go.
I feel like I'm floating. That's what Karen Reed's mom said a short time ago. Reed's parents gave 25 investigators reporter Ted Daniel their first sit-down interview since Reed was acquitted of her most serious charges. And Ted joins us now in studio. Ted, you traveled south to speak to the Reeds.
Yeah, Mark, we spoke to Bill and Janet Reed at their home in Dighton, where Karen has also been living. They just returned from Boston Seaport, where they spent the night with their daughter and her team celebrating until 2 a.m.
Alan Jackson came up to me moments before that jury came in, and he squeezed my back and he said, looked at my wife and he said, guys, we got this.
Bill and Janet Reed, 24 hours after the verdict heard across the country.
Hey,
I knew
Jesse
then
Roberts,
I only had to
hot
hear
coffee.
one not guilty,
Hey, hot coffee chat.
and I knew it was going to be okay. And I grabbed Bill and Nathan. They were sitting outside of me just to hold them, and their arms were both shaking.
Bill Reed says the cheers outside the courthouse did not go unnoticed.
When they erupted, it made me proud to be an American. You know, that people were behind us. And when it erupted and filtered through that courtroom.
Janet Reed tells me she hopes her daughter is able to get time away from Massachusetts. She says the 1-year probation she received for her drunk driving conviction does not prevent her from leaving the state.
I mean, it has to be the most expensive DUI conviction in the history of prosecutions, right?
I don't disagree. In fact, that is something that I did say. I said, as soon as that verdict came down, one of the things I said was, yep. It's insane. Absolutely insane that they spent this much money just to accept an OUI.
I can't think of one that's even close.
Defense attorney and law tuber Peter Tragos says the O'Keefe family can still pursue their wrongful death lawsuit against Reed in civil court.
All
He
right.
believes the civil case would be
Jesse, we're going to be playing the other side too. We have some with the Proctor and McAlbert and all of them. There's an interview on the opposite side. So Jesse, don't just run away. This is short-lived. We're going to that one in about 30 seconds.
stronger had Reed been convicted of murder.
If they would have got this conviction, it's a slam dunk case, and they're just
Sorry. Okay, so now here is the O'Keefe. Here is the families in the center of this. Okay.
Nobody
So
left to stand
here's
up
this
for
side.
us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because
I
no
do
one
both
protects
sides.
you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert. All 5 of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with. We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen Reed!
It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like, some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road.
Right.
Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it
I
together.
didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night.
Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in a fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to
tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV. To hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's your emergency?
There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello?
But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found.
So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Alberts' dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats against them and their families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Oh my God, puzzle pieces. Thank you. And you guys, today is a big day. Do you know why? We are now at 3,061 subscribers. We broke the mark. We broke it. We did it. Thanks to a lot of reviews from Megan Connor. We have a lot of new people here, and thank you so very much. Y'all don't realize how much this means to me. And these super chats and all of that, y'all, it's vital. Those are what keep us afloat. This is vitally important. I think I played that. That is how we survive. So I want to thank you guys for definitely for all of the super chats, all of the memberships, and all of the love that you have shared lately. Thank you so very much. Now, this is one of the jurors. Now, I find it interesting. She's going on all the channels. She's doing the circuit. So I wonder how much money she's making. Just saying.
Karen Reed's fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil.
Ah, that's it. She is a lawyer by Oh, June, are you kidding me? Oh my God, June, thank you. It's been an emotional day.
So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Long time, be Blazy.
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
I gotta rewind that. What did she just say? That I didn't hear. She didn't say that last night.
If it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off. And as she drove off, like mad, going home, upset because he didn't came back from the house, I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take this stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm. She was very participative of her defense and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it. Like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything. And I had no clue the amount of people that were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly.
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. But why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I know I can't imagine what they are going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the GA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
Nah, don't open your mouth.
Don't
do it.
Believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
Okay.
Very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy. So I'm sure the judge thanked you, but it is appreciated. Thank you.
Her perspective, especially unique, considering, as you pointed out, her background. I mean, a lawyer herself in Brazil. So
very, very interesting. And a lot of people have said, however you come down on this trial, perhaps the investigation should have been more complete, and perhaps it will continue. We shall see.
Hey.
Okay, guys. So my thing about all of that is just because she's a lawyer in Brazil does not mean that she is okay, it's one here, and I'm gonna change it up. Their laws are different. Thank you so much, everybody. We have hit 103,061.63. We're getting more. Yay! I've invited the interpreter to hop on, but I don't know if she can. Okay, let me speak. We saw this video already. Okay. Oh my gosh! Thank you, June. If you'd like to play bingo, we will be starting the bingo game for the Raoul Valley. That's correct. Spelling on Monday, 6/23/25. Come and join us for the fun. We got fun. Yes, we do fun things. Perhaps, it definitely should have been better. Okay, guys. Now we're going to do a palate cleanse, and we're changing cases. So I'm going to read up on this new case. June, you're amazing. Thank you so much for your amazing support. I couldn't do this without you. Okay. Barry Morphew, if I'm saying it correctly. If not, someone, you know who you are, correct me. He is somebody I didn't know anything about until today. But Barry Morphew is the husband of Susan Morphew, a Colorado woman who went missing on Mother's Day of 2020, whose remains were found in 2023. Hold on. Yes, but I'm live. In 2023, her remains were found. He initially was arrested and charged in 2021 in the connection with her disappearance, but those charges were dismissed before his trial began in 22. However, based on new evidence, including the discovery of her remains, her autopsy report, which ruled her death a homicide caused by undetermined means, and a mix of animal tranquilizers were found in her toxicology report, Barry Morphew was indicted by a grand jury and rearrested on Friday, the 20th, today, on the charge of first-degree redrum of his wife. We are going to be talking about that. Okay, I'll come back to your comments. So here's some details about the case, which some of us who don't know anything about the case. So let's talk about the details, and then we will. I think I have a video or two. I have a video. We'll find more. At AdaKay, this case that I had mentioned to you that reminds me of Brad. Yes, I do remember that. I do. I just, because they dropped it, I dropped it, that kind of thing. But yay. Yeah, we're back on it. We're back on it again. And we'll be following this one. I thought he wouldn't be able to be rearrested, but I was wrong. Well, the charges may be different, or they may have dropped the charges without prejudice. I think I get those two mixed up. Okay, here's the key details. Susan Morphew disappeared. I'll just call her Susan from here on out. Last seen on Mother's Day, May 10th of 2020. Her remains were found in September of 23 on near Moffett, Colorado. Autopsy findings ruled her death a homicide, undetermined means, with evidence of butorphanol, azoprine. Well, anyway, 3 different medications which are commonly used for wildlife tranquilizers. Prior to charges, Barry was initially charged. Prior to these charges, Barry was initially charged with her redrum in 21, but these charges were dropped in 22. He has recently been rearrested in Arizona following the grand jury indictment for the first degree redrum of his wife's death. We do have the indictment. We'll be looking at it. Prosecutors previously alleged that Barry haunted Susan after she Barry hunted Susan after she had discussed divorce, and there was also accusations of external affairs on both sides. Tranquilizers, Barry reportedly told investigators he regularly used them to mobilize deer for antler removal. The tranquilizer dart cap was found in the dryer at their home. Barry and Susan had a daughter, have publicly supported her father, expressing doubt of his involvement in her mother's disappearance. The former prosecutor, Linda Stanley, the original prosecutor in the case, was disbarred due to various violations, including inappropriate media comments and investigating the judge. He still denies involvement in the wife's redrum. Let me move this and share this, and here we go. This footage is body camera from God knows when.
I just turned on the 225 and I see a bicycle off in the ravine.
I copy, and you just turned on to 325?
225.
Copy, 225.
Sorry about that, guys. I thought I hit those square.
Suzanne. Suzanne. Maybe see if you can get that up to the road and then check the serial number or call the husband and see what kind of bike she has. Somebody chip you, buddy. Can you try to call the husband and see what type of bike she has? Right now I'm staring at a Santa Cruz, blue in color.
Why are you touching that with your bare hands? Dude, gloves! Dude, gloves. Gloves. If you ever find something like that laying in the middle of somewhere, you don't touch it. Put gloves on, because you have just possibly removed or destroyed evidence. Just saying. Just saying. Why are you manhandling? Put the thing down. Put it. My future. Yeah. Wonder what she does or doesn't know. Yep. Hi, Hildeby.
Somebody chip you, buddy. Additionally, if you can, contact the hospital and see if anyone under that name that's in under there.
Have y'all called and see if they'll release any of that? And it's going to be a blue bike with colorful pedals. The husband's not sure of the brand.
Yeah, that's what I got right here.
Copy and
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing at the hospital.
JT 11 flight.
Go ahead.
He also advised they help you home around 9 p.m. this evening, and he is pretty emotional at this time, just for your information.
My copy. We're looking around for the woods right now just to see if we can find it.
Copy at 1939.
I'm going to scoot that back. I forgot to put captioning.
He also advised they help you home around 9 p.m. this evening, and he is pretty emotional at this time, just for your information.
My copy. We're looking around for the woods right now just to see if we can find it.
Copy at 1939.
Maybe we can go double check it now. Yeah. Then it's not. Well, man, we might have to call search and rescue. Yeah. The bike unfortunately, right? I mean, she's really close to the house. It's weird that she dumped it like that, though. But she's like, the house stuff is like right over here. I know. It's just bizarre that she dumped it like that, you know? It's like either some medical or... I don't know if she was coming down the hill and, I don't know, lost control, went over the edge, or if she was climbing and then got exhausted and dumped it over the edge. On it. I didn't see any blood on it.
Okay, guys, I got a service announcement. I have people that live in my area who watch my lives. Gillespie and Blanco counties, Round Mountain fire as of 4:40 p.m. Friday, June 20th. Crews are on scene as a grass fire named Round Mountain Fire around 3900 Alatus Drive Road, approximately 25 miles northwest of Fredericksburg, Texas, between me and Fredericksburg. Is currently reported at least 15 acres in size and 0% contained. Please avoid that area. The first reports of the fire came in at 2:55. Helicopters are doing water drops. Firefighters are on scene. I am a firefighter. Those who don't know, I'm a volunteer firefighter with Fort McGavock Fire Department. And if I have to bolt, please do not be angry. What I'll do is I will let you know and I will leave. Right now, we are not being toned out, but I do have my radio on. So thank you so much for your understanding. And everybody in our neck of the woods in that area, please do not get on the roads in that area. Give them access. All right. And we're going to welcome our Miss Diane. Hello, love. We have a new trial. Barry Morphew, Morphew. Just put BM. Well, yeah, well, that's all could be bowel movement. Is accused of unaliving his wife. He was charged. Then the charges were dropped. They found her remains 2 years later, and today he was recharged. So we are watching a body cam. All right. By the way, Diane, we made it past 3,000. We are now at 3,063. We have gone up 100 subscribers today.
Yay! That's
Thank you, guys.
amazing. That's amazing. Oh, long.
What is that? That red thing right there. Other shirt? What's that up there? That's a jacket, right? Yeah. What's a jacket that you're touching it? Just verify. That's like. The jacket, but it looks.
Oh, that's
it looks
them.
Old, though.
Okay, hold up. Did I just see what I think I saw? Is that her remains? Oh my gosh. I may zoom. I don't like to show. I mean, that's fine, but no body parts.
Looks old, though. Good.
The hospital has not had anybody check in with anything today.
Copy. We're gonna move up to the house and see if she wants that.
Copy at 1942.
Did it go? Yeah. It's gonna be easier to get it from the top. This is too steep. Yeah. I mean, if you fall down this hill, it's going to be a bit bigger.
12, you're on Chippewa.
Sorry.
No worries. 1943.
I wonder if one of us should stay here. One's going to be like on the bottom of that. Yeah, because the rim's not going to. I'm just looking at the rim.
He picked up the bike with no gloves, and moved it. Didn't photograph it. Nothing. He should have left it. That should not be admitted in court, in my humble opinion.
Not bent.
What is it? Form crack, yeah. It's a big one, I
Nick, maybe you're careful where you touch it too. Just stay on there. I'm not touching too much in case like. You know what I mean? Yeah. Something's up with this front tire stuff. Said something's up with this front
Why
tire.
do they have that bike and they're pushing it? They're idiots. Stupid. You are destroying any and all evidence. That should not be admitted. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking over the video. I'm getting angry. This should not be permitted in any way, shape, or form. That should not be admitted. He just destroyed any and all evidence by touching it. It's not fully wheeling. I said 2 years. It was 3 years. My bad. I'm just learning about this case. Why? I don't understand. Sorry, Mexican food, dinner. Yo.
Are you?
Okay, so I'm the daughter's boyfriend.
Okay.
And I'm here.
Is this your truck?
That's my truck.
See what it should be. Never mind. I got something here. So you haven't seen the mom at all, have you?
Yep. So the two daughters are gone right now at the moment. The dad is in Denver for a job, and they text her because of Mother's Day, and they haven't heard. The text never went through, like it never delivered since this morning. And she's a big mountain biker. She normally takes her car.
Yeah.
And her bike's normally in the back of that. It's gone.
Was this open when you came here?
The neighbor was here that opened it, and then she shut it, and she went back to her house.
And you just destroyed any hopes of using that as evidence.
Her house is right over there.
Okay.
And then I came back and I opened it to come in the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you looked in the house?
I have. Yep.
All right. You looked through everything?
Yes.
You haven't found her?
No.
Okay. All right. What time did you get here?
6 o'clock, and then I went all the way up Fusis. She's road up there, and I just drove the main road. Couldn't find her, and then there's a couple spots that I could check, like trails and stuff. but I wanted to come back here to just like check back in and stuff.
Okay. Has she ever gone up 225?
Colorado Trail right there?
Like, you know, the big hill once you come
Yeah.
off the highway?
Well, she hasn't, and I haven't checked there yet because that climb at the beginning is really hard.
Yeah.
And I think that it would be out of characteristic for her to do that. But I mean, someone needs to go there, I think.
Why would you say this? Like on camera?
Well, because it's kind of a crazy,
Okay.
it's kind of a crazy climb to get up there.
All
It's
right.
like not really rideable. You got to push your bike before you can start riding.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you have a driver's license on
Yeah.
you?
It's in the truck. Here's my dad pulling up.
That's your dad?
That's my dad right there.
Okay. S211. Good. All right, so this is one of the daughters.
Nice house.
Boyfriend. And he's saying
Beautiful.
Out of ordinary for her to travel up that way. Where we found the bike.
Wait, where did they find her bike?
Yeah.
Do we know what she was wearing in reference to the jacket?
Do you know what she usually wears when she goes riding?
She has a couple different sets of clothing in terms of what she wears riding, so I'm not sure exactly what she put on today.
Okay, what are some of the outfits she wears?
Blue shorts, like
Okay.
turquoise blue shorts.
Can you pull her
She
up
has
on
a-
Instagram in
Yeah,
one of her
she has a
biking
blue
pictures?
helmet, which she always wears.
Okay.
A like turquoise blue helmet.
You guys have her bike though,
Yeah, we do.
but not her.
Not her.
Okay.
Where'd you
Yeah.
find her bike?
You just destroyed the evidence. This is driving me crazy. You're a cop. You find a bike and there's a missing person and you do not put gloves on when you handle said bike. What the hell?
Off of that road that I was asking you about.
Oh,
why you said it was
in
on
Chavano.
Just right out here on the road.
Right out there. Okay.
Right where you found.
Where that road takes off up the.
She wear any jackets?
She probably would have had.
What kind of jackets does she wear?
I mean, a windbreaker.
A windbreaker?
I don't know what color.
I saw her.
I mean, we don't even know what time she
jacket.
left today.
Yeah.
But they have cameras.
They have cameras, but they've been out of commission for a while.
Hey, Eleven, can you get a list of some of the trails? So her bike was close to the road? That way, if we get search and rescue out here, they can focus on those.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now. What were some of the other trails you said? She rides up Booses and
Yep, she rides up Fusis. Normally when she takes her car, she goes down to the what's that road called? That's right down at the gate. Goes up to North Fork Lake.
Okay, what about around here? Since she didn't take her car, she clearly left from
So
here.
she would have gone up Fusis, I assume, or to the Colorado.
Okay, guys, we're going to go and this is his daughter's speaking out.
Year after her husband Barry was charged with killing her, and 2 weeks after prosecutors dismissed those charges, Barry and his two daughters spoke publicly for the first time since the DA dropped the case.
We've been silent for a long time, and we've decided that we finally want to break the silence.
Appearing in a 3-minute pre-recorded segment on Good Morning America,
Yes,
and holding hands with their father, Mallory Morphew and her sister Macy said they stood firmly behind their dad.
We just know our dad better than anyone else, and we know he was not involved in our mom's disappearance.
In the court filing to dismiss the charges against Barry, District Attorney Linda Stanley said she believed they were close to discovering Suzanne's body, focusing on a, quote, remote and mountainous region near the Morphew's home that was covered in 5 feet of snow at the time.
I just love my girls, and I love my wife, and I just want her to be found.
I just hope that Linda will step up to the plate and do everything she can to find our mom, because what they've done is not fair. And we're never going to stop looking for our mom.
They're looking in the wrong place.
Barry Morphew's attorney, Iris Eaton, says the search for Suzanne was one of many things badly mishandled from the start by prosecutors and other law enforcement officers. Eaton is now planning to file a complaint with the Colorado Office of Attorney Regulation, claiming, among other things, that prosecutors withheld evidence favorable to the defense.
I have never seen prosecutorial misconduct this egregious in my entire career, and I've been practicing law 30 years.
Eaton says she's hoping her complaint results in the district attorney and the other prosecutors on the case being disbarred. When I asked Eaton if she's certain that Barry Morphew did not kill his wife, she said 100%. Kim and Tom?
Well, this is a case that certainly has got national attention, and there is evidence, circumstantial evidence. So I think many people, the DA came out really strongly a year ago, and then when they dropped charges, it's like, what is going on?
I think a lot of people were wondering, both at the beginning of the case and when they dropped charges, why they charged Barry Morphew when they did. A lot of people thought it was a little premature.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. And again, we have to find Suzanne's body to get any real answers. So thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Okay.
Colorado's most high-profile murder cases from the last decade. We learned today that a grand jury indicted Barry Morphew earlier this week. He was arrested and taken into custody in Gilbert, Arizona. The 12th Judicial District Attorney's Office will provide an update on this case at 6 o'clock our time. Barry Morphew is accused of killing his wife, Suzanne Morphew, around Mother's Day 2020. The incident states Suzanne Morphew had a combination of chemicals in her system known as BAM, B-A-M. It goes on to say only one private citizen living in that entire area of the state had access to BAM at the time, Barry Morphew. Barry Morphew has always denied any involvement in Suzanne's disappearance. 9 News reporter Mark Salinger has a look back at some of the key moments from this case.
Investigators say this is the final picture Suzanne took on the afternoon of May 9th, 2020. It's the last piece of evidence that shows her alive. She sent the picture to a man in Michigan she was having an affair with. Suzanne was reported missing the following afternoon. The first deputies to arrive at the Morphew home found her mountain bike nearby in the woods off the road.
Can you try to call the husband and see what type of bike she has?
My daughter, she's at Barry's house.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah,
Her husband, Barry, arrived home that evening after he says he was on a work trip in Broomfield. He immediately asks if an animal could have killed her.
Lion? Yeah, it was a lion.
For months, state and federal investigators searched for Suzanne and any clues that might lead to answers. On May 13th, 2020, her bike helmet was found near the road. On May 22nd of that year, the FBI searched through a construction site in Salida that Barry had been working on.
I believe the house is just below us right now.
In September of 2020, Suzanne's brother Andy couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He organized a team of dozens of volunteers from around the country to search for Suzanne. Each search turned up few results.
Please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back.
It wasn't until May 5th, 2021, nearly a year after Suzanne went missing, that Barry was arrested.
And I wouldn't bring charges unless I was confident.
District Attorney Linda Stanley charged Barry with murder in the disappearance of his missing wife. She didn't reveal what evidence she had, but promised the public there was enough to convict him.
And it's about all the individuals that knew her and loved her and cared about her.
After a year of preliminary hearings and pretrial court appearances, prosecutors dropped the charges against Barry, saying they don't have a case without the testimony of the expert witnesses the judge ruled to exclude from trial.
That's what innocence looks like right there.
Mark Salinger, 9 News.
Okay, the next thing we're going to watch is quite long, which is fine. Sorry, get the microphone up. What we're going to do is Diane and I are going to switch off interpreting because it's a lot. Are you okay? All right. So the police messed up everything for this case. Yeah, I know everyone is innocent until proven guilty, but in my humble opinion, come on. In my humble opinion. By the way, you can get these in the store. We do have a store. We got new merch. I might as well share it with you. I have the hat and the cup. So, if you like that saying, I am H.O. I'm a hoe, in my humble opinion. Go get one. But that is true. And the police messed it up. We could just see that. The puzzle pieces are totally, yes, Ronnie, puzzle pieces. I totally agree with you. The judge is probably a friend of his. Oh, God, not another Karen Reed. Does anybody remember YouTuber Tyson Diaper? Draper that covered Suzanne's case? No. Even got an interview with Barry about the bike because the beginning, right time, right place. Wow. Can somebody find that link? And we will watch it. But in the meantime, we're going over here.
It was Mother's Day 2020.
I'm doing a lot of researching. So, Diane, if you need me to interpret, let me know.
In Chaffee County, Colorado, a beautiful part of the country with mountains, trees, nature, and beautiful homes like the one owned by Barry and Suzanne Morphew. Suzanne's 2 teenage daughters were on a camping trip and had plans to spend time with their mom later in the day. Meanwhile, Suzanne's husband, Barry, was also away. He left early in the morning for a business trip just north of Denver in Broomfield. Those plans for a nighttime Mother's Day celebration for the Morphew family never happened. That's because Suzanne was reported missing by a neighbor after no one could contact her. The search for Suzanne was immediate but unsuccessful. Then as the months went by, suspicion grew around Barry. He was arrested and charged with her murder, and more details were revealed. A mysterious tranquilizer dart cap was found in the laundry. Barry was seen dumping trash bags all over Broomfield, and Suzanne's affair with an old friend was revealed. But then just before his murder trial, prosecutors dropped the charges against Barry. He was set free. Then, the skeletal remains of Suzanne were found about 50 minutes south of the Morphew's home. Barry and his attorneys insist this is proof of his innocence, and they are getting ready to go back to court not as a defendant, but as a plaintiff, suing the investigators and prosecutors for violating his civil rights. Tonight, we take a closer look at all these shocking developments connected to the murder of Suzanne Morphew.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us here on Closing Arguments. Suzanne Morphew went missing. That's how this story began. It's a missing mom on Mother's Day. Where did she go? Where was her family? Well, apparently no one was home. They were going to get together that night, but she was missing. They couldn't contact her, couldn't find her, and this search began very quickly in this case. And as it began, there were questions and there were suspicions, the normal suspicions that happen in all these cases where a loved one, either a child or a spouse, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, go missing. And you know where the circle starts, with those closest to the missing person, and it sort of expands. But what exactly happened here? Well, as the investigation continued, they still didn't find Suzanne, but they charged her husband, Barry. They charged him for murder. They locked him up, he was detained, and everything was moving forward towards a trial. It was a case that we were tracking, and we were following every development, anticipating that trial to happen.
By June, have
then just a few days before the trial happens, and by the way, it wasn't going to be an easy case. It was going to be a tough case, but it seemed from what they were alleging, prosecutors had some compelling information, some compelling evidence that they believed could prove the case. But then just a few days before it started, they dropped the charges. And Barry was set free. You see him here with his daughters. His daughters support him 1,000%. They do not believe that their father had anything to do with their mother going missing. So when he was set free, the prosecutor said, well, you know, this will be a stronger case if we recover Suzanne's remains. And there were also some issues with prosecutors not handing over certain materials or revealing certain materials in the case. The judge wasn't happy with that. So there were problems on two fronts in the case. The charges were dropped, but they could always be brought again because there was no jury. Jeopardy had not attached, not a situation of double jeopardy. He can still be charged with murder. So then last fall, her remains are recovered. They find Suzanne. And all of a sudden, everyone starts looking, okay, what can you get from the autopsy? What can you figure out? What can you prove? Where was she found? Where was Barry? So you had to put all those pieces together, and then sort of sitting in this limbo where nothing's happening. Suzanne is found, but there's no charges coming against Barry Morphew. And everyone's wondering what's going to happen, what's going to be the next shoe to drop. Well, the next shoe to drop was another court case. Not a criminal case against Barry, but a civil case by Barry. He's now suing the prosecution, the investigators, going after them for a whole lot of money for violating his civil rights. Take a look. As a proximate result of defendants, meaning all these investigators and the prosecutor, unlawful conduct, Barry Morphew was arrested, held in custody until he was able to bond out, and lived under bond conditions for over 11 months and suffered severe actual physical and emotional injuries and other damages and losses. Damages to date are estimated to be $15 million. So this is now a big lawsuit. And this is a big deal. When you sue somebody, you get deposed. Are you following this? When you sue somebody, you get deposed. Meaning if this civil suit continues, at some point the government will be able to sit down with Barry Morphew and question him under oath. About this case. So it's a big gutsy move. Now, if you're factually innocent, it's the right move. If you did it, it is really dangerous. Now, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. For those of you who don't remember the details in this case, Matt Johnson, Court TV crime and justice correspondent, has them for us tonight.
Where is it? Where's the bike? Oh, it's right there. Where was it? It was like just right down here in this little embankment.
8:46 p.m. Sunday, May 10th, 2020. 53-year-old Barry Morphew arrives at the scene where his wife, Suzanne Morphew's bike and helmet were found about a mile from their house by police. It was Mother's Day, but her daughters were away on a camping trip, and Barry told police that he had spent the day working on a job north of Denver in Broomfield, Colorado.
Just for confirmation, you left this morning at 5. Okay. And she told you she was going to go bike riding? Bikes every day.
At around 5 p.m., a neighbor called 911 after checking Suzanne's house and telling Barry she couldn't contact her friend.
So the last time you probably actually saw her was this morning. That was it, right?
Yeah, I've been in this. I got a big job up there. I've been there all day.
Barry owned a landscaping business, and Suzanne was a stay-at-home mother who was being treated for cancer. The couple lived in Maysville, Colorado, about 2.5 hours southwest of Denver.
Is it a crash? I mean, the bike looked, the way it was laid, it kind of looked like it, but there's not really that much damage to the bike. That's the thing.
Lion?
Yeah, it was a lion.
No, lion?
I didn't see anything that was...
Suzanne's disappearance quickly became a missing persons case. Her brother helped organize and lead searches for her with no success.
Unfortunately, every time the dogs hit on a scent, it seems to be close to or around one of his properties. What that might indicate is that scent was on his bobcat, and everywhere he used it, we're running into it.
Barry didn't participate in those searches, but he did post a plea for Suzanne's return on YouTube.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back.
On May 5th, 2021, almost a year after she vanished, Suzanne's husband Barry was arrested and charged with her murder.
The investigation is still ongoing. Suzanne, her body has not been found, and we're still looking into that.
According to the arrest affidavit, the Morphew's marriage was falling apart. She was having an affair and believed that he was cheating too. The week before she disappeared, she texted him that she was done with him, and they had to resolve their situation civilly. They also had a history of fights over money, and he was pressuring Suzanne to loan him thousands of dollars. But in the spring of 2022, days before his scheduled trial, prosecutors dropped Barry's charges without prejudice. The judge had thrown out the potential testimony of several key witnesses because of alleged discovery violations. And without Suzanne's body, prosecutors said they could not move forward with the trial.
Barry and his daughters are relieved, but they're sad because they too want to know where Suzanne Morphew is.
In May 2023, a year after the charges were dismissed, Barry Morphew filed a $15 million suit against the investigators into his wife's disappearance and the district attorney in the case. He and his daughter sat down with Good Morning America to discuss the possibility of future charges.
Well, I was innocent the first time that.
Okay. I'll take the guy. You take the girls.
They arrested me, so I'm sure it's possible. But I don't have anything to worry about. I've done nothing wrong.
More than 3 years after Suzanne Morphew went missing, investigators found her remains in a shallow grave. Police discovered her while investigating an unrelated missing persons case. The site, a desert field of sagebrush near Moffett, a town 45 miles south of Suzanne and Barry's home in Maysville, not part of the original search locations. Barry Morphew's attorney said that he and his daughters were shocked by the news of her discovery and point to the fact that there is no GPS or cell phone evidence that places Barry near Moffett the weekend Suzanne disappeared.
And joining me, former homicide detective and host of The Interview Room with Chris McDonough. Chris McDonough is with us. Chris, great to see you. Thanks so much. I know you've spent a lot of time taking a look at this case. Let's start here. As you look at the way everything progressed, all the different twists and turns in this case, are you surprised that we're sitting here tonight and it's Barry Morphew who's going after prosecutors and not prosecutors going after Barry Morphew?
It's great seeing you, Vinny. And, just to kind of kick this off no, I'm not surprised that he's going to continue on the path that he's on. That is a very risky proposition based on what you had mentioned earlier. I think one of the things that the public needs to remember, to your point about a civil lawsuit, it's much different than a criminal lawsuit. Miranda is not necessary, and every single person that he sues gets an attorney. That means every single one of those attorneys gets another shot at Barry Morphew in terms of an interview. So, that's kind of risky in of itself. So I guess kind of in a way, I am surprised that we're sitting here, but not completely.
And what's interesting, a lot of times in these cases, the civil complaint is going the other way. It's going against the person who was at one time accused of the murder, and it's usually like a wrongful death situation. That's not here. This is the complete reverse. I want to put up a piece of the civil complaint because this I found fascinating. Barry Morphew alleging on May 19th, 2021, defendant CBI agent Duge sent a CODIS match letter via email indicating the unknown male DNA swabbed from the glove box of Suzanne's Range Rover partially matched DNA found in three out of state unsolved sexual assault investigations in Tempe, Phoenix, and Chicago. None of the defendants with knowledge of the 3 DNA matches and the unknown DNA intervened to ensure that this exculpatory DNA information was included in the arrest affidavit before it was presented to the court. But I want to get your take as a homicide detective, Chris. You've got DNA from the glove box of her vehicle matching someone who's been committing sexual assaults in Tempe, Phoenix, and Chicago. What do you think of that?
What the hell? Whoa. Because I'm doing this right now. Are you telling me that they have DNA in the glove box of her car? Did I hear that right? I got to go back and hear that.
Chicago. None of the defendants with knowledge of the 3 DNA matches and the unknown DNA intervened to ensure that this exculpatory DNA information was included in the arrest affidavit before it was presented to the court. But I want want to get your take as homicide detective, Chris. You've got DNA from the glove box of her vehicle matching someone who's been committing sexual assaults in Tempe, Phoenix, and Chicago. What do you think of that?
Well, that's a great point, Vinny. But so let's think of, the defense here is Saad, some other dude. However, here's the problem with that. If those are your perpetrators, then it sounds like they, kidnapped her in that vehicle, potentially, dropped her off, and then drove the car back and parked it back in the garage and left their DNA. Okay. So that in of itself, try to sort through that is kind of problematic, I would suspect, for Barry Morphew, because if it's a partial DNA and it's not 100% match, well, that's the other piece. The other thing he has to think about is the glove that's recovered at the crime scene in where Suzanne was buried. What's in that glove? We don't know yet. What's in the clothing that was recovered at Suzanne's gravesite? So he's got to take that into consideration as well.
Another part of the civil complaint, again, Barry Morphew suing the people who were prosecuting him and investigating him. The arrest warrant affidavit states that Barry chased Suzanne Morphew around their home. The arrest affidavit includes attachment 6, an estimate of the activity of Barry's phone as it appears to move from porch to porch, which Barry, explained by chasing and shooting a chipmunk. On June 2nd, 2020, defendants Cahill and Grusing, who are investigators in the case, learned from the FBI Special Agent Hoyland that data used to pinpoint Barry's movements was unreliable. Here's what Special Agent Hoyland wrote. For your information, one of the challenges in determining movement with the GPS readings in such a tight area is that there's a phenomenon known as static drift, wherein a stationary device can mistakenly be shown to be moving because of the number of satellites taking measurements and their corresponding locations to the stationary device. Or it could be him walking around the property, just hard to say. But I would be cautious in jumping right to the conclusion that he was bouncing around the property at these hours. So what are your thoughts there? Because a big part of their theory was he was chasing her, right? He was chasing Suzanne. He said something, maybe I was chasing a chipmunk. But the FBI special agent is saying, well, this is unreliable GPS data.
Yeah, and you know more than anybody, Vinny. I mean, you've been in the courtroom hundreds of times, I'm sure of it, with, on homicide trials. One of the things that is always important to understand is the first GPS or the first cell phone tower dumps that they get is just the very first layer of the cake. There are secondary layers of that cake from, I'll give you one of the companies that the FBI uses is a company called Gladiator Forensics. And that Gladiator Forensics company is able to pinpoint that data even further, deeper into that cake in of itself. So I wouldn't get too worried about that personally as an investigator, because I would suspect that's just the top of the layer of the cake, and not necessarily the totality of making the cake.
All right, one more part of this civil complaint I need to get your thoughts on. In the arrest affidavit, the defendant stated that Barry's truck drove nearby where Suzanne's bicycle helmet was later discovered. Defendant Cahill received a recommendation from a technical engineering firm that even though inaccurate and unreliable, the GPS location data could be used to squeeze Barry during interrogations. Defendant Cahill forwarded this recommendation to one of the investigators. Joe, you would need to be careful with this, as the confidence of this particular location estimate for Barry's phone is low, and there are real considerations about its accuracy. However, in an interrogation, this could be very powerful in potentially squeezing Barry. Well, Barry never got squeezed. He never admitted to anything, but they used this information in the arrest affidavit. And that seems to be a problem, according to Barry and his attorneys.
Yeah, well, remember, Vinny, they asked him, well, how can you explain your the ping down here? And his excuse, remember, was he was tracking a moose. in that same direction. And so to your point, I don't think they've had a second shot at him to really sit down. But again, the civil suit may give about 50 attorneys that second shot.
And I can see how they were going to use those statements against him, right? He's chasing chipmunks. He's tracking a moose, right? And you know, you start to think, all right, what's going on here? What exactly is going on here? So as we sit here tonight, do you expect, or do you think that prosecutors need something more to give it a second go around against Barry Morphew? Because he's saying he's 100% innocent.
You know, there's always, you never investigate the person, right? You always investigate the information. And if there's exculpatory information that's presenting itself on the second round here, then by all means, the investigators need to go down that lane. The problem that we have here, though, that I think is a high hurdle for him is the fact that, you know, Suzanne returned in 3 separate bags to the ME's office, and the chemical used to take her down just happened to be the exact same chemical he uses. And you tie that together with all the other circumstantial evidence, it's going to be quite the run in court.
Absolutely, but there were some problems that the prosecutor had in handing things over. Chris McDonough, thank you. We're going to see you in our second hour. You're going to be working some overtime for us tonight. You can put in for it at the end of the show. Thanks so much, Chris. When we come back, we'll bring in our think tank, get their take on this latest twist and turn in the Barry Suzanne Morphew case. Plus, coming up next hour.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has been missing since February 26th. Tonight, his father joins us live for all the latest in the search for his son.
Okay, this is old. Did they ever find him? Did they ever find the son? Do we know? God, I hope so. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. This is the first time hearing any of this. Holy crap. Really? So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to show you today's indictment. But I've got to move a thing or two around. Window, that, share. Okay, let's see if I can embiggen this. Oh, let's see if I can get it. Nope, I got to go down one. Okay, here we go. Annie Kelly, District Attorney for the 12th Judicial Court of the State of Colorado, in the name and by the authority of the people of the State of Colorado, inform the court of the following offense committed or terrible of the 12th Judicial District Court of Colorado. And I'm going to have to embiggen it on my screen so I can read it facing you, so I won't be able to see comments. Count 1, red room in the first degree. What?
That word is triable.
I couldn't read it. It's blurry. Triable. That's why I moved it to a new screen. For those of you who don't know me, I'm AdaKay, and I'm dyslexic. Certified. Not bullshitting. So I have to put this on a bigger screen so I can read it appropriately to you. I know. It's called accommodations. Count 1, red room in the first degree after deliberation F1 on May 9th and to May 10th of 2020, the tribal of the state of Colorado, Barry Morphew. Is this the old one? This isn't the new one, Ronnie. Is it? Is this the new one? Or the old one? Oh, it is the new one. Okay, we're good. I just saw that date and I went, what? Here's the charge.
Murder in the first degree.
Okay. Don't say the M word. Red room.
Red room in the first degree.
Don't say red room, not the air, not further.
I said red room.
Can't say it. You're going to get me in trouble. So stop it. Let me read.
I said red room. Red
okay.
room.
Tribal. triable in the state of Colorado. Let's go. Probable cause at 5:46 p.m. on May 10, 2020, Mother's Day, Sunday. Suzanne Morphew, I got to get this out of my ears. There we go. Was reported missing by the police by her neighbor. Last known person to see her alive was her husband, Barry Morphew. Investigators responded to the Morphew's residence at 19057 Puma Path near Salida, Colorado, if I said it right, to investigate the missing persons report. The house was locked. Suzanne Morphew was not home. Her vehicle was in the garage. Her blank vehicle was in the garage. There was no signs of forced entries. The bike was missing. Later that evening, her bike was located on a hillside off of a dirt road between her home and Highway 50. Yeah, thanks to the police, they destroyed that evidence. The bike was located less than a mile from the Suzanne's home. On May 14th of 2020, her bike helmet was located. So that was quite some time. 4 days later, 10 meters off the side of Highway 50, approximately 1.52 miles west of her home, approximately 0.84 miles west of where her bike was located. Barry was interviewed and told the police he set his alarm and woke up at 4:30 a.m. May 10th at 2020. He told the police he left at 5 a.m. May 10th, 2020 and pre-planned work trip to Broomfield, Colorado. According to Barry Morphew, Suzanne was still asleep in bed when he left the house at 5 a.m. May 10th of 2020. He told the police she planned to ride her bike that day. Barry stated that upon arriving to Broomfield that morning, he checked into the hotel before leaving shortly after to the job site. He told police that he received a call at 5 p.m. May 10, 2020 from the neighbor while physically at Bloomfield job site. The neighbor told Barry that his daughters were concerned because they could not reach Suzanne all day. Barry instructed the neighbors to check the house and specifically look for her bike. The neighbor reported Barry that neither Suzanne nor her bike were at the house. Barry then instructed him to call the sheriff. Police interviewed one of Barry's employees scheduled to assist with him at Broomfield job. The employee told law enforcement that the employee and Barry were not planning to leave Bloomfield until the evening hours of May 10th. They were supposed to drive together. Instead, Barry left without telling the employee. Barry called the employee approximately at 11:18 a.m. to inform him that he had left without him. When the employee arrived at Bloomfield on Sunday evening, the employee noticed that Barry had failed to bring the proper tools with him for the job and necessary materials for the job had not yet arrived on site. Oh, that's poor management there, dude. I went through 10 pages of this. Oh my God, I don't want to read all 10. I'm not trying to be mean. Well, most of you guys know about this. I'm not trying to be mean, but this is a lot of reading.
Can
Get down to the new stuff.
Question. Can you post it and let them read it?
Yes, we can. This can be made available. Pharmaceutical medical doctor testified that toxicology tests had been determined in the presence of the BAM and Susan's remains about BM remains about the chemical compound itself and about the possible effects that the compound in humans. The expert explained that the toxicology testing done in the coroner's office met scientific standards and reliability and accuracy. He further testified that the BAM is a chemical mixture of 3 specific compounds used to sedating animals for medical treatment or movement. Back in 2020, years leading up to Suzanne's disappearance, BAM was sold by only one company in the United States and could only be obtained by prescription from a veterinarian. BAM must be administered into the bloodstream through an intravenous or intramuscular injection to be effective, as the skin GI tract do not absorb it effectively. BAM does not cause sedation instantaneously, but takes several minutes for it to take effect. BAM is designed not to be lethal and comes with reversal agents in the prescription kit. However, BAM is not an FDA approved for any human use. For that reason, there's no specific studies about that address possible effect compound would have on humans. The pharmacology expert testified that the compound would render the recipient wholly immobile, vulnerable, and unable to resist any constrictions to the recipient. I can't say that ability to breathe.
recipient.
Yeah, I know. It's just my tongue. So, count one. Floor person and 12th Judicial Grand Jury do hereby swear and affirm that each and every true bill returned in the indictment of 2425 12th Judicial District Grand Jury was arrived at after deliberation with the assistance and agreement of the existence of the probable cause by at least 9 members of the 2425 12th Judicial District Grand Jury, and subscribed and sworn before me on the City Council of 18th on the 18th day of June. And the charges are up here. I think. 6 of 10. Oh, it's down here. Barry Morphew, A.K. Lee Moore. Sis, you should have been detected. Hey, y'all, I heard about you. Oh, well, thank you so much for subscribing. We're just doing a quick looky-loo into this case, but we will be following it. Thank you so much for hopping in. Greatly appreciate you. Bless you. Thank you so much. Are you interpreting, Miss Diane?
No, not when you're reading that fast. I'm not. You like my fingers?
No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm giving you hell. He's only 5'10", 190 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes, Indiana, no tattoos, arrest agencies, bond hereby set in the following: $3 million cash only. No leaving the state of Colorado. GPS unit surrendered a passport, compliance with mandatory protocols ordered. Yeah, yes. So he is under arrest for the unaliving of his wife. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the interviewing pleasure. And
well, you got me for about 30 more minutes.
No.
Okay. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Only 30 more minutes.
About 30 more minutes.
Why?
Because 5 o'clock came early this morning. Be happy you got me for 30 more minutes.
I'm teasing you, love. You can go now if you want. We don't have anybody watching who's deaf.
I
Won't you
won't.
hold on till I take a comfort break?
I will. I'll hold on.
I've had 3 of these moments
2021,
today, and my
Barry is
bladder
arrested,
is
charged
showing
with
it.
first-degree murder and other crimes. April 19th, 2022, days before the trial set to begin, prosecutors dropped the charges without prejudice. September 22, 2023, Suzanne's remains are found in an unrelated search. And then September 27th, the remains are positively identified. Now, Barry is suing investigators and prosecutors in this case. Gutsy move. Let's bring in our think tank. Joining me, trial attorney, fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers, Ann Bremner. Also with us, trial attorney, former police lieutenant, Rick King. And finally, criminal defense attorney, Joseph Krowski Jr. Okay, Ann, what do you think about this civil suit? You know, we rarely see this, right? We rarely see this. All those wrongfully accused people quietly just disappear, but not Barry Morphew.
No. Vinny, I think it's crazy. I really do. I mean, given that they have more evidence now, and I've defended malicious prosecution cases before, he has to show his actual innocence. He has to show wanted probable cause plus malice, and that the case concluded on the merits in his favor. I mean, he's not even close on that. And like, as you say, he's going to be deposed. He's going to be deposed. That is, I mean, as a lawyer, I would never let my client get into this situation by bringing this kind of case. Sure, there's problems with the warrant. Sure, there's problems if they can say there were certain amounts of exculpatory material that were not put in the warrant or disclosed. And the prosecutor's got her own disciplinary hearing, we already know, for a lot of her own problems. But all of that aside, I think it's crazy.
Rick King, what if he's actually factually innocent? Not we can't prove it. It's like he did not do it. How would you look at this move if that is the premise?
So let's just say we don't really know right now. 2 words: voluntary dismissal. That's what I would do first. But let's say he's actually factually innocent. I'm still concerned about him subjecting himself to depositions and testifying in open court because, we're still talking about a jury, and we're still talking about whether they actually believe you or not, or whether you can prove your innocence. I mean, it's a steep hill to climb, and I don't think that I would subject myself to that type of jeopardy, knowing that it can still go either way for you. It's just a bad idea.
Joseph Krowski Jr., in your career, you've represented many, many people accused of many bad things. And I take it I've spoken with you. A lot of these people were 100% innocent or not found guilty, right? Were found not guilty or charges were dropped.
Sure.
Have you ever had a client who maybe you got prosecutors to drop the charges who then went after the prosecutors?
Look, I've had clients ask to do it. Typically, my advice is take your W and ride off into the sunset. Colorado, unlike Massachusetts, did get rid of qualified immunity for law enforcement. However, prosecutors are still protected by prosecutorial immunity. And probably like this state and it's almost insurmountable to sue law enforcement unless you have a smoking gun, such as them being caught planting evidence, falsifying records. Looking at your previous segment, even using deception in an interrogation is not illegal. It's legal in all 50 jurisdictions in the country. So I would have advised him not to do it. One thing that is telling is this lawsuit was filed before the toxicology reports came back. I wonder if right now there's some soul searching going on between Mr. Morphew and his lawyers.
And Bremner, does it tell you anything about Barry Morphew? Does it make you think that, hey?
You leaving?
No, I was telling Love Marlene hello. She said she's new.
To all of our normal and regulars, I love you. You're so faithful. We love you, but we're really blessed and happy to have all the new people who are joining us tonight. Thank you so much, Justice Jane. Love you. I love Marlene 41. Oh my God, there's so many puzzle pieces. Sis, you should have been the detective. Oh my gosh, don't get mad at me if I forget your names. There's so many of you. Thank you so much. My mod, Ronnie, is here tonight. And June was here tonight. She's a good one, Tanya. We've got a bunch of people who did receive some gifted memberships. Jesse Roberts, all of you, thank you so much for joining. We are bless you and we thank you for being here and enjoy. Don't forget to put I liked, ILIKED. I'll do it.
Okay, before I leave, we do need to talk tomorrow. I got to talk to Dallas today. It was a good conversation. Oh, no, it was a good conversation, but you and I need to chat.
Okay, you guys, when you say that name, I get scared. I share, I subbed. If you've done all three of those, put those in chat because we do a drawing at the end. Text me. Okay, what it's about. We do a drawing at the end of the month for free merch. Is it meaning we get to interpret a glow?
No, I said Dallas. Dallas, your teacher Dallas. Your Dean Dallas.
Oh, what did she say?
Oh, I just have to figure out how many, if I'm going to be interpreting first summer semester and second summer semester.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I told her. So I got to.
And fall.
And fall, yes.
And you're going to the graduation. No, you can't.
That's all of that. So we'll talk tomorrow. That's all. Love you guys. Good night. Goodbye. I'm gone. I'm going to bed.
Okay. Love Maureen 41. You need to do it in all caps for it to connect, for it to grab you, I think.
All right.
Do it in all caps for it to grab you. Okay, love. Bye-bye. Miigwech. Somebody asked me, what does miigwech mean? Miigwech is thank you in Native American. I think it's Cherokee, Cree, several different tribes use it. I'm Native American. I have my regalia. I don't think you can see it. It's hanging right there. This is my setup. Hello, everybody. This is my setup for those who don't know. So did that just pick you up, Ronnie? Let me see. Yeah, it did. Okay. So back to the beautiful beam footage. Here we go.
Maybe this guy didn't do it, and he wants his name cleared. He wants to clear it for him and for his daughters and his family, and he wants them to find the real killer.
No, it just doesn't. I mean, and watching his interview, his YouTube plea we see right here, I think of Chris Watts. Remember him? You know, and his wife and his children, he put in those, I can't remember, silos, you know, when he killed his whole family and he was begging for information about his family from the public. No, I think it's just, I think it's a bad move all the way around. And I think he shouldn't be that public and holding hands with the daughters. We've talked about this before, Vinny. You know, when someone goes through this, the daughters are going to cling to the parent that survives. He's trying to use that to show that he's innocent and that they may know something that we don't know. No, they're there for him. He does this a lot. I just think all of it, bad ideas all around, lawsuit, the
Ronnie,
holding
go to
hands, the
mod chat,
public plea,
please.
all of it. He does not look innocent to me.
All right, we will continue to stay on top of all the developments in this story, the civil case and the criminal case. But take a look at this woman.
Okay, we're done with that. Let me get that off the screen. New subscribers, type I sub. If you like, type I liked. If you shared, type I shared. We do a drawing at the end of the day, and right now we don't have a whole lot of you. Right now we have 3 subs, 3 shared, and only 7 liked. Out of how many people are watching this? 152 views, at least. So, please sub. You please find some more Ronnie. That would be great. For those of you, we are just educating ourselves on this case. I am starving. I haven't had dinner. So, for those of you, we had a wonderful, wonderful live. You know, I've been live since 9:30 this morning. But we have, is it 9:30 or 9? We had a fabulous live with Megan Connor. She's absolutely adorable. Love her to death. So, wonderful. Love Marlene 411. You got it, babe. You're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. Whoa, you beautiful doll. Just kidding. I mean it, but not. Oh, great song. Oh, JD. Let me reach my goal. This is the mug I will give away. One of you will win a mug. This is our merch. And I'm wearing the shirt, in my humble opinion. I say this a lot, and I shorten it to, I'm a hoe. Let me see. I don't know if I have. Let me see how long it is. No, I haven't. We're going to watch another video, guys. I do like watching videos. I don't know if I'll get dinged by 48 hours. We'll see. If I do, I do. If I lose live, it's a copyright strike, and I'll get out of here quick and get back on. Don't go anywhere. I hope I don't get in trouble.
Like this happens.
I don't understand that. Why can some YouTubers stream shows like with the Karen Reed interview? Some of them could stream them and they didn't get hit with a copyright, but smaller people like me got hit and got taken down for a copyright. So if this gets a copyright hit real quick, I'll take it down. And an officer that picked up that bike, manhandled it, didn't photograph it, didn't document it, just picked it up and jerked it up and started pushing it around, and it was evidence. Did he get in any trouble? Did he get any reprimands or anything from the department? Where there would have been, if the lion could have dragged her, which he couldn't. A mountain lion dragging her, well, he could have. She wasn't a heavy person like me. But there would definitely be signs of struggle. There were definitely signs of blood. Come on now. Anybody who goes biking on a regular basis like that would have their sunglasses, sometimes sunblock, hydration, and sometimes they'll take a small medicine kit. If you're out in the country, sometimes a lead shooter or pepper spray, bear spray. There are things that you take with you all the time. A hydration pack is number 1. Sunglasses, hat, or helmet. That to me is very suspicious. And I'm seeing this for the first time, y'all. I am very much seeing this for the first time.
And
Ronnie, you were so right. The tire repair kit wasn't on the bike. A lot of time they're clipped to the bike. I would have one.
Colorado Springs.
Six months? They're not good detectives, or she's amazing. That is motive right there. Big time motive. Big time motive right there. Someone has a phone. We all have them. I don't want to think about it. Don't want to. I love chipmunks. Love them. Okay, let's take a breath. Welcome, Natural View, Christy. Welcome. It is wild, and the reason I'm so quiet because this is the first time hearing any of it. I'm like, oh my god! I thought this is almost as bad as Karen Reed, y'all. It is all. Excuse me. What are they hiring? Yannetti and Alessi are on run. Oh. Anyway, y'all, this is crazy. What did you think when you heard this? I would like to know, and I am currently oh my gosh, is this horrible? This is horrendous, y'all. This is so sad. And yep, we are hopefully there will be some justice. Hopefully there'll be some justice. I get to do something. By the way, y'all, I have permission to do what I'm getting ready to do. We are hopping in because we have I get to do this. Ian has given me permission to share any and all of his lives, so I will do some interpreting. But look what we got!
Hello. Thanks so much, Ian.
And I came because he got personal permission.
A huge fan. I think everybody here is. I think the chat will be very upset with me if I don't say thank you and congratulations, because what you guys, your team pulled off was frankly epic. I guess the first question I have is just how did it feel in the moment where you heard sort of, as Jackson put it, the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty rolling in? Like, what was the feeling in that moment?
David, you had the best reaction, so I'd love to hear from you.
So it didn't go smoothly, which I'm not used to. Typically, it's a clear, not guilty or guilty, whatever the verdict is. But sort of in keeping with that, kind of complicated verdict slip on count number 2, I was having trouble figuring out what is he saying. I mean, I heard the not guilty for count 2, but then I heard the court go, that's not really right, right? And thankfully, the clerk, I think, immediately skipped to count 5, which, obviously we were hoping for. That was the one count that was not going to have, likely serious consequences for Karen. Once I heard that, I was pretty confident we were home free, but still there was count number 3 to come. And I mean, like any verdict, Bob's a little different here. I think that, we've had a lot of discussions, and when a jury's out, he's cool as a cucumber. I am not. I am stressed, and my stomach is doing knots. And when I'm waiting for that, verdict, I can't look at the jury. I'm just in a zone of pain until the final verdict came in, and whenever it came in, not guilty on the 3rd. I mean, I just I couldn't control my emotions. I'm a little embarrassed that I sort of broke down in tears a little. Well, it's the first time in my career that my client has had to comfort her attorney as a result of the verdict. It's supposed to go in the other direction, but I can't describe how I was feeling at that point, other than, yay us, we did it.
And there's that moment where I saw you pick Mr. Alessi up and you.
And by the way, we haven't talked about this, but when I think about it now, I'm thinking Bob probably didn't like that, because Bob's a boxer. Bob is a take charge guy. And, I just couldn't control myself. I love this man so much. It wasn't enough to hug him. I had to physically lift him up. And poor Bob, he's got a bad neck. He wanted to get me back, and he tried to pick me up. I don't know if the camera caught it, but I think the problem, he's muscular and svelte, and I'm a little bit bigger, and I'm just glad he didn't get hurt.
Yeah. So my reaction, just to go from my angle, was I was steely focused on making sure everything went right and legal, and we didn't end up with issues that David and the team had the first trial. So as people probably saw, my eyes were darting. I'm looking at the foreman. I'm looking at the jurors. I'm trying to see if the jurors are saying, something like, oh my, no, that's not right. I was looking at every procedure in case we needed to speak up, because we couldn't have, just as a baseline, we couldn't have the problems we had in the first trial. And so that was my focus. I wasn't really focused on, okay, what's it going to be? I just wanted to focus on, at the moment, is what the jury wants. Is it going to be delivered, and is it going to be recorded properly? So that was my focus. Once I saw that happening, I was certainly happy. David can get into it at the appropriate time, and Ian, when you want us to, about what my predictions were for the day.
Oh, yeah.
For the time.
Yeah.
I was more focused at the moment on make sure I got it right. And then I was focused on the clock, because I made a prediction for the verdict. And so I was looking at the clock. But once it all came down, I was very, very happy. And as you saw, I went over and hugged Karen. But my second was a run over to David, gave him a hug. I think it was a combination of me hugging and jumping, and then David lifting. But whatever it was, all I can tell you was I don't remember much. At that point, it was just emotion. I was just happy for everybody, most of all for justice, most of all for truth. But close seconds was just the interpersonal aspect of this. We work so hard, we work so long, we work so well together. And when you do all of that, the outcome is not certain. And when we got the outcome, it was absolutely joyous. And whatever happened after that was just exuding joy.
Was the prediction 227?
I'll let Dave.
Well, no, that would have been a little trite. On Friday, the jury went out, and of course, we didn't expect a quick turnaround verdict on Friday. A couple of my buddies who are lawyers said, this jury's coming right back. It's as if they walked out of the courtroom backwards, right? But after we went, through what we went through last time, I wasn't expecting a quick verdict. Looking at the jury during this trial, they all paid such close attention, and they were so conscientious. There are hundreds of exhibits. I knew they were going to go through everything, and they weren't just going to rush this. So we didn't expect anything on Friday, but I was thinking Monday. Bob told the whole team, he said, no, we're going to get a verdict on Wednesday. And he said, I'm not going to be concerned unless they don't come back by the end of the day on Wednesday. And so, we go through Monday, and on Monday, Bob modified that prediction and said, you know what? They're coming back at 3 p.m. on Wednesday. All right. And
That's
we
pretty
go
close
through
to
the rest of
bullseye.
we go through the rest of Monday. We're hoping for Tuesday, but boy, they didn't want to come back at the end of the day. And then we had that kind of head fake with, we've got a verdict. Oh no, we don't. And now we're like, all right, we're getting a verdict today, right? And Bob and I looked at each other when the jury was in the room and the verdict was about to be read, and there's a digital clock right in front of us, and I swear to God, it said 3-0-0. It was unbelievable.
So I predicted 3 o'clock, the modification. On Monday, I predicted not only Wednesday, but I predicted it would be 3 o'clock. And I elbowed David at when the clock showed 3 and 3-0-0, and they started reading the verdict.
That is amazing. And how the false verdict, like the weird false start. Have you ever seen anything like that? And what was going through your heads when that came in?
Well, I'll tell you what the answer is. I've never seen anything like that. But I will tell you, and I said this to the team, I said, I believe, listen, I'm not a soothsayer. I don't read people's minds. I just say, this is what I believe is happening. And I said, I believe they really want to get this right. They don't want to be like the jurors in the first case. So I believe what happened was they came to their resolution. Somebody had a second thought about how they filled out the form and said, whoa, wait a minute. I've looked at it again. I'm concerned. Let's call it back and let's make sure we got it right. And I believe that's what happened. They were, as David said, this was as attentive.
Okay, guys, I need to take a comfort break. I don't want to miss a word. So we're going to do what we call here. If you're new here, this is what we call a stretch break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the music on. It's going to be funky. I want you to stand up and stretch. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back because this chick's got to go. Sorry, guys. Let me get my ears on again. I turned my shirt around because it's a little distracting. It's very distracting to have all that color right there for the deaf people. And I know I have 2 deaf people watching. So I am doing this for them. I can keep my hair forward, but I got to make it easier on them. They didn't ask, but I just know. Okay, guys. Y'all ready? All right. Let me get everything back and going.
Conscientious poker playing jury I've ever seen. And that was the basis for me informed speculating that they just wanted to make sure they got it right. I had zero concern about them not agreeing. I just thought they just wanted to make sure they got it right. And all of this, in my judgment, was engendered by an unnecessarily confusing verdict slip.
I mean, were you surprised that we actually have seen jurors since then say, we had trouble figuring out this verdict slip?
David is a master at Massachusetts verdict slip. There's only one person in the world, I believe, that should answer that question. He's the handsome guy in the green shirt.
There's no handsome guy in the green. Well, there is a handsome guy in the green shirt because my shirt is blue. But with the verdict slip, we had the same issue last time, and it was too confusing, and I think the problem was that there were two theories of potential guilt for, I think, 3 of the 5 charges, maybe 4 of the 5 charges. But in any case, you not only had to check guilty if you were going to convict her of something, but then you had to check either 1 or 2 boxes underneath that. And there was no option if you went past the charged conduct and you got into lesser included. The only not guilty verdict option was up the top, and it did say not guilty of the offense as charged and all lesser included charges, but none of us were comfortable with that. And sure enough, the jury comes back with a question that is focused on the confusing verdict slip. And we had I went to my alma mater, Boston College Law School, and I went to my evidence professor, who I believe is the best evidence professor in the country after Bob Alessi retired as an evidence professor. And I said, it was Mark Broden, a man I greatly admire. He taught me evidence, and he's made a lot of good lawyers over the years. And I said, Professor Broden, do you have anybody, any students that you'd recommend, who might want to be interns? And he put the call out, and my goodness, we were overrun with students that wanted to be a part of it. And we were fortunate enough to get really top-notch students, not just from BC, but from Harvard Law School as well. We love them all. But I'll single out one, which is the valedictorian at BC Law, which means he's a heck of a lot smarter than I ever was, Lee Moore. And Lee came up with the verdict slip that ultimately we suggested to the court. And it was much like a civil verdict slip, right? Where there's a special verdict slip where the jury is asked certain questions. And if you say yes, go here. If you say no, go there. And it laid out all the charges in order, and it walked them through all the way down from charge 1 to 5. And it was beautiful. And he was the one to come up with it, not the lawyers. But it was like a light went off. We're like, eureka. So, we suggested it. It was rejected. Maybe in part because it's not common in a criminal case to do that, right? But ultimately, when they came back with the question, they got a verdict slip that was pretty similar to what Lee had suggested. Thank goodness, and it all worked out.
I actually wanted to ask about the interns, because there's a bunch of interns sort of helping behind the scenes. I hope they're getting sort of proper recognition, and I hope they've all updated their resumes to put this down, and maybe a firm graduation date as opposed to a Burgess date. But can you talk sort of about the interns and sort of what they were doing? Like what was going on there? Because they're kind of the unsung people on this.
Yeah, first of all, these interns all have secured legal positions. They are wildly successful, and no surprise. And they had secured those positions before they started with us. Secondly, just to show the depth of their commitment and the character of them, they all asked their summer employers and other employers if they could just continue on with the case and stay heavily involved. And while some, didn't really have immediate employment, all of the third years that are graduated have a bar exam coming up. So they're supposed to be studying for one of the most important exams they're ever going to take. And they are almost 24/7 working with us on this case. That's first point about it. Second point is the 1 second year who did have a summer position and a good one, basically asked them if she could stay on, and they were great. So first I want to say about them is just the extraordinary commitment that they had. The second thing is they were extraordinarily skilled, some stunningly so, with regard to their savvy, etc. So how were they utilized? It started out sort of legal research, cases, and as people know, I read every case, I read every line, and I was very much impressed with the research. They would give us great material from which we could draft. Some of them drafted some things that we would revise, but they were essentially, Ian, they were essentially functioning at the end as associates in a law firm. That's the level of skill they had, and we were treating them and relying upon them as associates in law firm, despite the fact that I am a partner in a very, very large firm. I brought with me no one, and I had my paralegal, Carol Clark, who's the greatest paralegal who's ever walked the planet, and she and I have worked together for 34 years. I had her, but these interns were absolutely phenomenal, and they were in our hotel toward the end, and almost literally working around the clock as we worked almost around the clock. Cannot say enough about them, can't say enough about their character and their commitment, and what a tremendous resource.
And the other, you mentioned it earlier, I just wanted to sort of talk about how you guys worked as a team, because I've been like, two lawyers representing somebody, and I can't say that when I did that, it ever looked like the way you guys did, because I could see, when one person's up, arguing, there's somebody else possibly passing a note or giving like a little, sort of nudge. I could see there's various places where clearly, somebody's up there, doing a cross, and I can sort of feel that they're borrowing elements from that might have been helped from someone else. So how does that all come together, and sort of how does that teamwork sort of happen here?
You got the best person to answer that, because David Yannetti put the team together.
100%.
Well, so I think at the outset, Ian, I think what you're getting at is you have type A personalities, attorneys who are used to controlling their own fate. And typically, there's no room for 4 cooks in the kitchen. Somebody has to be making the call as to how things are going. And other people have to fall in line and be subordinate, usually, for things to work right. And there have probably been other cases where people have joined forces, and maybe there's some it's not outward, but maybe there's some infighting behind the scenes, or jockeying for credit, or fighting over who's going to do what. We had very little of that. And I've never been a second chair on a case in my career. Bob Alessi, I would venture to guess, has never been a second chair, or if he was 17 years old. And certainly Alan Jackson is always a first chair himself. So, we had, 3 attorneys who are used to being number one, and that can't happen in a case like this. There was plenty of work to go around. The preparation behind the scenes in terms of what would otherwise be sort of, I don't want to say rudimentary direct examinations, but direct examinations in other cases where you really wouldn't be stressing about it. But my goodness, the time that we spent on every single examination, every oral argument, openings, closings, we all worked together. And, I have to give a lot of credit for the way the team functioned to Karen Reed. Karen, Karen put this team together as well. And she was not the type of person, I'm not going to reveal anything that she said to us, nor can I, and I know you understand that. But just in general, I don't think she'd have an objection if I flatter her. So just in general, I mean, she rolled up her sleeves and, she got really up to speed on, trial strategy, and she knew the police reports and the discovery material better than the lawyers on the team. And nobody wanted to disappoint her. And I can speak for myself. I know Alan and Liza and Bob, I think, felt the same way. We all wanted the result. We wanted to be on those courthouse steps elated. And we knew what we were up against and how difficult a job that was. And I think all of us knew that whosever idea it is, if it's the best idea, it's got to carry the day. And there was nobody on this team who was not open to constructive criticism, to input. I'm proud to have, worked with these attorneys and with Karen and all the interns and everybody we had going on with us. It was a unique experience. I don't think I'll experience it again.
I don't know that we'll ever see it again. I had a question that was actually brought to me by one of the antis, one of the trolls on Twitter, and they don't actually realize how clever their question is, because their question was, how do you sleep at night? And the reason why I say it's clever is because I always have trouble, not with the clients you think are guilty. It's the clients that you are certain are innocent. Those are the ones that keep you up at night. So how do you deal with sort of the stress and I guess the burden and the responsibility in a trial like this? How do you just stay sane and keep functional when you're carrying that weight?
Why don't you take that, Bob?
Well, I'm going to let David speak about who sleeps and how they sleep. And
that's true.
I
can let me just jump in. I can preface it. Nobody knows this, but Bob Alessi does not sleep. I've never met anyone in my life who maybe gets 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night, and that is not an exaggeration. He is up, and he loves the law so much. He's working, and he has a full life where he accomplishes so much. He's got a beautiful family. He works out like a madman, and he is the amount of work that he gets done is incredible. He makes everybody else feel like a wimp, and so I don't know how well he sleeps, but it's not because he's troubled by anything that we've done. I think we're very proud of what we've done.
Yeah, with regard to, I sleep like a baby when I sleep, and as David says, I love practicing law. I said to my family years ago, because they asked me why I did what I did, and I said, I've got unbridled enthusiasm for life. I live on the cusp, and I said specifically, the cusp is unbridled enthusiasm for life and psychosis. And my lovely wife Ellen says, "There's no cusp; it's all psychosis." I enjoy practicing law, and I don't know what it is. I can honestly say I never feel stress. I never know, nothing is it. I'm kind of a mission-focused human being, and I probably have a whole bunch of subconscious stress. But when I'm doing what I love to do with people like David Yannetti, who I love working with, I'm just focused on the mission. So to me, those other emotions, etc., for better for worse, don't enter for me.
The other sort of emotional thing I got to ask about is just, what was it like working across from Hank Brennan? I mean, he's a very different style from Lally, but there was a lot of things that just kind of lead me to think he might have been difficult to work with. The jabs. I don't know if it felt like it to you, but it felt like it to me and to many of the people in the chat that he was particularly getting Mr. Alessi, your name wrong on purpose. What was it like working sort of, because even though you're opposed, you're still sort of working with somebody to an extent. So what was that like?
David, you want me to take a go at that, or would you like to do it?
No, I'd rather you handle that.
So, what I try to stay away from too much is sort of the personalization of my opponents. This is a wonderful profession, the profession of law. You can do so many good things for clients, for society. And I sometimes look at questions like that, like the office of the president. You may not like who's the president at the current time, but the office is due dignity. And so I sort of look at lawyers that way, and I go in with that presumption. I will say that for my own experience with Attorney Brennan, that for the vast majority of the trial was very good. We got along very well professionally. There were a lot of things behind the scenes that we agreed upon with regard to certain evidence, just to make it more efficient. We didn't generally argue over trite things, and that's what I think skilled lawyers.
Sorry, I had to yell at my son. He's screaming so loud it's coming through the microphone. And I need a little break for 1 second because this is really hard. I'm interpreting for 3 people right now. I want to thank everybody for joining me one sunny day. You like wrinkles, Ian Runkle's hair. I don't want to change this because I want to leave this up. Yes, Ada has permission to sign Runkle Law and Lumber while they stream. I want to leave that up because I don't want anybody to give me any hell. When Ada and Miss Diane sign together is amazing to watch. Oh, thank you so much. Natural View, thank you. Thank you. Yes, judges, don't worry. Ada signed Friday Night Frenzies, and we all know how long those lives are. Yes, I have. Thank you, AdaKay, for signing. Thank you, Ronnie. You're welcome. I do have a deaf person watching. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Through all of the comments. My bad. I forgot to sign and talk at the same time. I do lawyer A. He is a very polished, professional, skilled person. Love all of them. Okay, hold on a minute. So let's get back into this. This is amazing.
Have an obligation to the system to do. Toward the end, it got more challenging for a variety of reasons. I think some of which are just obvious. That hoodie sweatshirt incident changed my perspective with regard to a number of matters. But Attorney Brennan was an opponent, and you can code it whatever way you want, but he was the opponent. He's prosecuting our client and asking for her liberty, her freedom to be taken away forever. And in the end, that's the lens through which I need to view any prosecutor, and especially Attorney Brennan. These charges were unjust. They were unwarranted. In my judgment, at the start of the retrial, once people were able to assimilate the evidence and understand it, my hope, even my expectation, was the top line charge should have been withdrawn, the murder two. It wasn't. There were a lot of dynamics probably extant in the background. But I will conclude with regard to Attorney Brennan that he was and is a skilled attorney. That some of the judgments and the decisions, albeit he's from a different perspective, I just wish they wouldn't have been made, and I wish some different directions would have been taken. But my job and all of our job is to take what is there. You can hope for something different, but I focus more on this is what's there. That's what's being prosecuted. This is our job. This is our mission. And no matter what came at us, it was our responsibility to find a way to make it work and to make it work for our client.
Well, that is A, it's heartening, and B, a very classy answer. I did want to ask you about the hoodie moment, because that was a major moment in the trial. And for the people in the chat who don't know, Mr. Brennan presented a hoodie and suggested to the witness that the holes in the back of it could have been caused by road rash consistent with a collision. And that was not possible because the origin of the holes was known. It was known to be, from the crime lab. They cut those holes. So what was your reactions in that moment? And, do you believe he got up and said, this is an innocent mistake? Do you believe that, or is that, what's your sort of take on that?
Well, I gave the argument for a mistrial with prejudice on that. I will not repeat. I think probably most of your audience saw it. I will tell you that I was stunned that it occurred. I was disappointed that it occurred. My heart broke for justice at that moment, but it was a millisecond, and then I went into overdrive with regard to combating it. It should never have happened. It wasn't just one attorney. There were 3 attorneys for the prosecution there.
And they all sat quietly.
And, once we realized what happened, and it wasn't just what happened, it was how it happened, where that piece of evidence was at the start of the examination. It wasn't shown to us, as has been the custom, brought over to us. We had a very, very key witness on the stand, Dr. Wolf, on the key issue of whether there was a collision or not. And spoiler alert, there never was a collision. It was a key moment. It was toward the end of the trial. I was very, very disappointed, to say the least, in what happened. And the fact that after I made the motion for the mistrial with prejudice, the response was, I think I may have made an inadvertent mistake. That was the second disappointment that I had in that circumstance. And then we argued for a curative instruction to have the jury understand, because, Ian, this is a twofer what happened. Not only the incorrect representation, but it was attacking the credibility of our expert. One of our key experts, Dr. Wolf, is like, why didn't you talk about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt? Why, didn't you do a good job, in your analysis? So it wasn't just the fact that it was an evidence issue. It was attacking the credibility and competence of our expert. And my third disappointment was the curative instruction, notwithstanding of all of our efforts. So that was just another example of the many challenges that we had in this trial, many of which the public never saw because they were addressed at sidebar. But again, my focus and the team's focus was, okay, that has occurred. We did what we needed to do to protect our client, but now we've got to get from where we are, point A, and we got to go to point B to achieve our goal. So let's keep focused on that and not lament unduly, not whine too much. It's like, okay, back on the horse. Let's get back to what we need to do.
And I saw from one of the juror interviews that apparently the jury did pick up on it, especially probably after the closing. They were like, if they're playing fast and loose on this one, how can we trust any of the rest of sort of what they do? I guess that leads into a question I had, which was Brennan's case. Towards the end of his case, it seemed like it started to fall apart. There were several moments when he scored fantastic goals on his own net. Like Dr. Russell, he goes and asks her, and elicits the answer you guys could never have gotten out. about the grief response. You guys would never have been able to get that out on direct. He gets out of Dr. La Posada. He gets, there was no collision. What's your sort of thoughts on, like, his performance actually seemed to decline substantially towards the end? Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you agree with that?
Well, all right, I won't let or make Bob do all the heavy lifting here. Ian, as a trial lawyer, I know you understand this. My view is that a trial is a credibility battle, and at a very simple level, it's a credibility battle of the witnesses for each side. Or if the defense doesn't call a witness, it's focused on witness credibility of the prosecution. Here, we did present alternative theories, so the jury has to resolve those and decide who they believe and how much weight to give their testimony. But my view has always been it's a credibility battle between the lawyers as well. And the one thing you don't want to do as a trial lawyer is to promise something and then not deliver. But even more importantly, say something's true and it turns out it wasn't. And so, Bob, who is, one of the most ethical and moral people I've ever met, I hear when he says, he mourned for the lack of justice. That's coming from inside him. That's completely sincere. For me, when that happened, my immediate thought was, I think he just lost the case. My immediate thought was that was the biggest gift we could have been handed in this trial. I wasn't concerned about, was it intentional? Was it an accident? Who knew about it, etc. The optics were terrible. It allowed Alan in closing argument to, sort of rattle off a litany of stuff that was suspect. The fact that the video at the Sallyport at the Canton police station was inverted and they tried to pass it off as not being inverted. The fact that Dr. Welcher said there were no x-rays when lo and behold, there were x-rays. And I think that's why he wasn't recalled as a witness later on. But over and above those, that moment with the sweatshirt, to me, stood out more than anything. And I thought Alan effectively, in the closing argument, isolated it and pointed it out to the jury to get to the conclusion that you just said, which is, if they're not telling the truth about this, then what else are they not telling the truth about? And by the way, doesn't that play into our whole theory of the case? So those are my thoughts.
Ian, you're a very experienced and skilled trial lawyer, and you astutely point out the loss of momentum and the own goals at the end. And you probably noticed a difference from trial one. We focused a lot in this trial on experts and the battle of the experts, and less of he said, she said, who's telling the truth among the fact witnesses, and more the science. And that is my area. And I believe two things to your astute point. The first is I believe, had the better grasp of the science, the data, the physics, the medicine. I think secondly, we had the better experts. We had the more knowledgeable people, the people who looked at this using the scientific method. People probably heard enough from me about confirmation bias and scientific method, but those are important precepts when you come to experts. I thought our experts discharged themselves fantastically in being in honoring the scientific method and being objective. And I think the jury picked up on that. And to your point of the own goal, I'm not sure how much experience the prosecution had with regard to truly cross-examining experts. I cross-examined every one of the Commonwealth's experts. It's a different world cross-examining experts, as you know from your vast experience. It's a different world. It's a different skill set. It's a different approach. And if you don't do it the way that is merited by the situation, you can end up with double-digit owned goals. And I think that happened.
I thought it was actually quite striking to see some of the differences both in the quality of experts, because watching the trial, like really the prosecution expert who I might want to call was Dr. Wolf. If I was sitting here making a list of like who out of this list would I bring on a trial of mine, Dr. Wolf I'd have no problem with, but he was also a big problem because he straight up said, we see this all the time. Somebody falls and this injury and they die. And I went, oh, wow, Brennan, did you not even have a conversation with this guy? But
you're just piggybacking on your comment, Ian, the brilliance of Bob Alessi in terms of his cross-examination of Dr. Wolf. It was one of the most unorthodox starts to a cross-examination that you will see, but it was ingenious and it was done for a reason. It was very clear that their Dr. Wolf was a brilliant man, a very experienced witness and very confident, and he was going to be a big challenge to cross-examine. But if you'll remember, Bob started his cross-examination by introducing himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet you, and tell me about your normal day. And Dr. Wolf was an experienced witness, and he was happy to talk about what he does during the day, including, getting up early and making his wife coffee. And these seem to be the softball questions. And, Bob extended that day into a week, I think. And it was only at that point that, having completely set him up, invited him for dinner and put the plate in front of him, that Dr. Wolf realized the food was actually poison. Because that's when Bob struck, if you recall, and said, geez, that your day is fascinating and you're doing important work, but I didn't hear anything about forensic pathology, which is the topic that he was called on to testify to, And I think at that point, Dr. Wolf realized he had been had, and he got a little angry on the stand and said, well, you could have just asked me if I'm a forensic pathologist. I'm not. But in facing such, he was probably the most difficult witness, or the most formidable witness for us to cross-examine in the whole trial. And I thought it was just brilliant the way he handled that.
Yeah, a good expert witness is very difficult to cross. And one of the questions I have for you, Bob, is just, if you don't mind me calling you Bob, is how do you manage to learn? Because you were coming in and at points correcting the experts and going, didn't you just use the wrong term? And they'd be like, oh, sorry. Yes, I did. You had to cover like 6, 7, 8 different fields in order to be good enough that you can, that the experts sort of also recognize you as an expert, which we didn't see with Brennan. Brennan's trying and they're like, no, you're like a kid in the sandbox. How do you possibly do that?
Well, the first part of the answer is I just love learning. I always have. I went to pharmacy school before law school, so I had every chemistry, physics, calculus known to man. And I enjoyed all of it except for calculus. I never enjoyed it. But I just enjoyed learning. I enjoy technical STEM type issues, and I'll stay up all night to read about them and to learn them. And it's a joy for me to do. I have in my career, like the best experts, I feel like I get mini master's degrees just by working with brilliant people. And the fact that I don't sleep much allows me to have about 1.7 times a life than others. So I get more time to prepare. It's like the person who takes the exam gets extra time. That's me. And
I'm envious.
I just enjoy it. When you enjoy what you're doing, you're gonna learn. And God gave me a little bit of facile with some technical issues and great experts to work with, and also a great team. It's when you've got a team like the team we had, that I don't know if it will ever be repeated. What happens is I'm doing that. I'm in a corner nerding out with stuff I love because David Yannetti has got some very heavy witnesses. And let me make a point clear. Some of the very heavy witnesses that just didn't end up testifying, David Yannetti had, right? And so I can be confident that when I'm diverted all my time and in my, technical bubble with all these experts, that I've got Boston's best criminal defense attorney on the other things. So in sum, it's me doing what I like to do, and my background allows me maybe to do it slightly better than other attorneys, but also knowing all the time I'm myopically focusing in on that. I've got other team members like David Yannetti who are at the top of their game on the other matters. So it's just good team construction and team dynamics that really synergizes into many other salutary aspects of practicing law.
Yeah, and of course, I would add that Bob mentions the team, and I'm here, and I certainly appreciate the kind words, but Alan Jackson and Liza Little were, I think, about as tireless as Bob was. And before I get to Alan, if you don't mind me just saying a few words about the other members of the team.
Oh, I was actually going to get to that, so I'm glad.
Good. Yeah, I mean, Liza was really the unsung hero of the team to me, and I know Alan would say the same thing. He always does. In the last trial, we only had 3 attorneys, and my goodness, we had so many more witnesses. We were drinking from a fire hose for 4 months, and it was horrific. And bringing on Bob took such a load off us, and then having 8 interns that we didn't have last time took such a load off us, so that we could really try this case the right way. It was really a luxury. But Liza was in on every witness. She is a brilliant attorney, and tireless. Her writing is some of the best legal writing you'll get in the country. She was all in, and everybody knows about Alan. I mean, a phenomenal trial lawyer. Strengths that very few lawyers have, in my estimation. I think just a wonderful cross-examiner. Has a facility for it. I feel as though I learned something very valuable from every member of this team. And I've even learned from the interns, in terms of the one that, they crafted the verdict slip, and they really had a great perspective, and including the Evan Wolk, who manned the video machine for us. He's also a BC law student, and he was just phenomenal.
I was actually quite impressed, because there was a substantial difference in that, because you'd be able to, I watched, your side, and you'd just be like, Mr. Wolk, and he'd have it up, right? And it would just be seamless. And Mr. Brennan didn't have that. He would often have to have he'd break his cross-examination to have a little conversation with his staff. And I actually kind of felt bad that Brennan didn't have the team in the same way. But I guess, what do you think of Lally's role in this? Because Lally was the guy in trial 1, and in trial 2, you barely see him, and it's sort of only on very inconsequential matters. Is there sort of a feeling there as to sort of how that was working, or can you comment on that?
So yeah, I'm willing to say this, which is, I've done criminal law my whole career. I was an assistant DA for 10 years handling these cases, and then I've been a defense attorney for 25. I've had a lot of experience dealing with opposing criminal counsel, and almost without exception, I developed some type of relationship with opposing counsel. I fight really hard within the courtroom, but outside of the courtroom, I don't take any of it. And I'd be just as quick to go out to dinner with somebody than to shun them after a trial. I didn't. I've now known Adam Lally for 3.5 years, but I put known in quotes. I never really got a feel for him. He wasn't really interested in small talk or getting to know me in any way, and it could be because we took such an aggressive approach with his office, and I don't know that he took it personally. I didn't really see any evidence of that. I think he was just there doing his job, but to me he didn't seem interested in more than doing his job. So to answer your question, I don't know what he was thinking, because I really don't know the man. I think he was put in a very difficult position, right? I mean, he was the guy in trial number one, and he basically did. I think he did every witness. I don't even think Laura McLaughlin took one witness last time. And you're right. This time he was not the guy. I think from all appearances, I thought that he behaved professionally. He didn't seem like he was whining or sulking or anything like that. But I can't really speak beyond that.
I one of the big decisions and one of the huge sort of moments was you guys decided not to call Trooper Proctor. I know there was a fight over getting and you guys did great work on getting Proctor's texts in and so forth. But there was the decision not to call, and this was probably the most contested decision among sort of the law tube community. And so can you talk about sort of that decision and like why that was made? What was the thinking there?
You go, Bob.
Yeah, we can't speak much about that issue, as I'm sure you can imagine. It is one of the questions, so you asking it is perfectly understandable. There was, as you can imagine, considerable discussion about that topic, but not unfortunately able to go into the strategy behind it. But I will say something. There were significant evidentiary battles as a result of our decision not to call Proctor. And there were several attempts by the prosecution to try to force us to call former Trooper Proctor. And that was a fight that went on pretty much through the whole trial. And credit David Yannetti, because it was two parts, not calling him, but then how do we get the texts into evidence as to what he said. That was an epic battle, evidentiary wise. David Yannetti ultimately won that battle for the defense. We got those texts in, and those texts were used at closing. Now, some people.
Pause. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I had somebody calling me about, do we have a local women's shelter? I had to tell them where it is. I need to shut some windows because I am having problems with all of the spirals of death. I don't know why I'm having the spiral of death. I think it's coming from their end, not my end.
And social media and other areas. may
Okay, let me
not
pause it for a split second.
believe
Sorry about that.
that the impact from merely reading them as opposed to seeing former Trooper Proctor.
I'm going to restart this.
I'm not a judge, and
I'm envious.
I just enjoy it. When you enjoy what you're doing, you're going to. It was two parts, not calling him, but then how do we get the text?
Okay, that's where we were. Okay, guys, thank you so much for sharing this out. I am not posting comments because I need to have this up on the screen. Yes, Ada's permission to sign rank. Yes, because I don't want people to come after me for copyright. Please let people know I am signing. Yep, the mugshot is out. FYI, did you post it for me? Ronnie posted in, well, you know where to post it. All right, let me get this back up and let's get back to it.
Into evidence as to what he said. That was an epic battle, evidentiary wise. David Yannetti ultimately won that battle for the defense. We got those texts in, and those texts were used at closing. Now, some people in social media and other areas may not believe that the impact from merely reading them as opposed to seeing former Trooper Proctor on the stand was what they had perhaps hoped for. I have a completely different review, respectfully, than those folks. I believe and am very, very comfortable with the decision we made. I was comfortable at the time with what we made. I was very comfortable with the effectuation, but the effectuation happened because of David's mastery of the evidence to get those to be read. So in conclusion, understand the interest in it. It was a big part of trial one, but that was part of, Ian, a larger universe of us coming at trial two differently. And that was really just part of the difference, and albeit to some a large part of it. But thanks to David, we got the evidence in.
The one thing I would add to that, not talking about our specific case, I think I can generalize it more. And I think this is a very interesting issue, which is I've tried other third-party culprit cases where the defense has been that somebody else did it. I can think of two off the top of my hand that, top of my head, I should say, that I've tried as a defense attorney, and several as a prosecutor earlier in my career. But based on my experience, and perhaps it's anecdotal, but I feel very strongly about this. Based on my experience, when the prosecution is able to present to the jury the third-party culprit, they increase their chances of winning the case. That's how I feel. And if they fail to present the third-party culprit to the jury, they tend to lose the case. And my thinking on that is that when there's an allegation against a third-party culprit, even if it's in the context of a Bowden issue, Bowden being the Massachusetts case that talks about the failure of the police to properly investigate, it's all the same. If you're pointing the finger at someone else and the jury never sees them or hears from them, never hears their tone of voice, sees their facial expression, never gets to size them up in the way that they size up every other witness, it's much easier to make that person the boogeyman to the jury. And in this case, I felt like we had really three boogeymen. We had Trooper Proctor with those text messages. We had Brian Albert, who didn't come out of his house, and we had Brian Higgins, who really looked nefarious in this trial in a way that he did not in the last trial. And the boogeymen were humanized to a degree in trial one. Adam Lally put everybody on. Boy, it was tedious, but there is a an argument to be made that perhaps that was the better strategy if you were prosecuting the case.
He got to a hung jury.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, like, I suppose the proof's in the pudding there. I mean, of course, our defense was different too this time, but we did feel like that. You know, we were in better shape going into the closing arguments in this trial than the last one.
I actually, that's an issue that I came around on, because my initial thought on it was actually, I was like, you've got to get Proctor. What are they doing? And then it was partially just the text and the moment where, like, Proctor's good friend was unwilling to read them. I actually thought that should have made it. That was one of my minor criticisms of Jackson's close, is I would have put in a line along the lines of, and his good friend won't even repeat these messages. They're so foul that he, but the other thing that sort of brought me around on that was watching him cross-examine Deaver.
Don't call her Deaver.
She might appear as a fourth cube if you do that, Ian.
Yeah, exactly.
But just watching her and watching Brennan like feed her excuses under the guise of cross-examination, it's like, here's an excuse. Isn't that true? Yes. I really came around on that one, and I went, it's a much better decision, I thought, to not have him up, to let Brennan try to rehabilitate him. And I mean, if Brennan's trying that hard to make you call him, why doesn't he just call him himself? Because he can't, if you call it, or if he calls him himself, he can't do that strategy. It's
well, I called him out on that when we were arguing about whether we had to call Proctor or not. I finally just revealed it in open court during an argument. I was like, we should not have to call Trooper Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can make his closing argument during cross-examination in our case, right? I mean, I didn't think it was a close call.
Did you think Dever was going to be as much of a tire fire as she was?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity, because sometimes lawyers give too long answers on these types of programs. I'm just going to agree with David on that one.
I was stunned at just how bad of a witness she was, and I mean, if I'm a defense lawyer in that town, I'm taking notes just for every other trial she gets up to. It's like, oh, so you're prone to false memories, are you?
Mm.
Couldn't this allegation be a false memory?
Mm. That's a very good point.
To your point that I think pervades a lot of things, I hope the jury concluded, and I hope your viewers and other people watching concluded, that the defense genuinely tried to put on witnesses that were honest, where they're experts, they followed science and the scientific method, and that we just presented the jury with as sort of, yes, we have a job to do and we're biased for our client, but try to be honest brokers of the truth. Try to be the ones that facilitate the truth to the jurors so they can make the best decision possible. And I'm very, very proud of our team and the witnesses we put on. And although I was very close, obviously, to the matter being in the courtroom, I really saw a big contrast with the witnesses we put on and the witnesses for the prosecution. And I think she was just one of the paradigmatic examples of that contrast.
That and Burgess. How did you find Burgess's resume fudging? Like, what was the research process for that?
Yeah, we had internal and external help on that, is the most I will say. And I will tell you that for purposes of my cross-examination of Mr. Burgess, I had maybe 4 questions in my thought process for him, and it just blossomed into almost a full half to 3/4 of a day based upon his answers. and based upon some other factors. But it was an internal and external diligence process. And just the more that you kept peeling back that onion, the more jaw dropping it became. And I also thought just how the cross examination developed was almost equally jaw dropping.
I actually compare and contrast that with Brennan taking his run at Dr. La Posada, because there was the big argument about, can we get in the the fire and those things. And then when he takes his big run, like, the judge allows all that in against objections and so forth, and he takes his big run and she just answers honestly and shuts him down, versus Burgess, who drags it out into a full-on thing. And I mean, that says that, tremendous credit, because you guys you guys found experts. And I mean, Aperture is supposed to be a company that delivers like reliable experts, and they did not come out looking good here. I guess, how do you feel about, well, I guess I'll ask, Welcher had a number of points that weren't addressed on cross, but were addressed with follow-up witnesses, like the x-rays and the lean in and so forth. Was there a plan for like how to deal with, I'm just wondering, like, how much of that was waiting for rebuttal on that?
Great question. The short answer is 3 parts to the answer. First is, I determined what I wanted to go after him on cross. I had no idea that he was going to be the type of witness that he turned out to be. I'm always prepared for everything, but I had no idea he would do things to the extent that he did. So when you see somebody doing that, you've got to adjust. You just can't say, I'm going to just keep following my plan, especially with experts, or really any witness, but particularly experts. You got to palpitate the situation and pivot as needed. And so I saw what Welcher was doing. I put my crumbs in on my physics with force equals mass times acceleration. The fact he did it with the head but not the arm, which is a cardinal sin for a biomechanist if you're not going to use Newton's second law and you're going to try to do a kindergarten pain experiment. Well, we knew the kindergarten pain experiment was what he was relying upon, but after seeing what he was doing, you saw me come back differently on day 2 with him. So part 1 was just get what you can out of him. Then day 2 was to let the jury know day 1 isn't going to happen again. We're not going to torture you through that. Let him do what he did the first day. So now it's a different approach. It's more efficient. It's more pointed. And knowing how he's going to try to obscure the truth. And then the part 3, as you again astutely identify, was given how part 1 and part 2 went, don't try to force out of him things that he's just going to either be mendacious about, be obstructive, and just get it from other witnesses. And that's just, what trial lawyers do that do it the right way, is just realize what's in front of you. And there was an extraordinarily conscious effort to come back through our witnesses. As you saw, we went through the physics with ARCA, much clearer. And then also lastly, with regard to, I give you one example. I don't know if you remember the slide in Dr. Welcher's report at the end, where it was this person who didn't apparently have a broken arm from the accident, him trying to show, oh, hey, here's an example where somebody went 24 miles an hour and got hit by a motor vehicle and didn't have a broken arm. Well, lo and behold, we had and I knew that, and I had initially intended to cross him on that, but I knew the bizarre things he would say. So I just decided I'm going to go with Dr. Russell on that and have her explain it. And I think your viewers know the rest, that we just went through and said how that's nothing like our situation. So in sum, Ian, That's an example of palpitating the situation, pivoting, and yes, it was completely conscious, all of it in a plan to bring it up when we wouldn't have the clunkiness that exuded from him because he just wouldn't be a scientist and a truth teller on the stand.
And is that what happened to, like, Brennan throughout the trial was promising, I'm going to have this person on rebuttal, I'm going to have that person on rebuttal, sometimes to actually get things out of the court. Like, I can ask about the DNA because I'm bringing the DNA back. And then his rebuttal was, I have no rebuttal, like, which is a weird ending. So do you have any thoughts on the, like, complete lack of rebuttal?
I do. I mean, I was the one that was going to handle everyone, cross-examine every one of his rebuttal witnesses. Just as a selfish personal matter, I was extraordinarily disappointed he didn't call them. I was very much looking forward to it. But for our client, it was a good thing. I could give you many reasons, some of which unfortunately would be self-laudatory as to why he didn't call them, and I won't do that. I will just say that we were very, very much ready for every one of his rebuttal witnesses. And I believe the lopsidedness would have been pronounced. I believe Attorney Brennan recognized that almost as much as we did. He kept the specter, though, of those rebuttal witnesses almost as sort of a faux sort of Damocles he thought was over our head. And I don't know if he knew, but we were thirsting to have that occur. Only he knows best why he didn't call them, but I can tell you, we were very confident as to what was going to happen. And as insubstantial as the ending of his case was, I believe it would have been much more insubstantial had he called even one, let alone all of those rebuttal witnesses.
I was actually somewhat disappointed when he didn't call a rebuttal witness, because I was chomping at the bit for Welcher to come back and have to explain all of the things that had been set up. You know, okay, now you're back. Why don't you have the x-rays? Which is brilliant, because either Brennan didn't give him the x-rays or he lied to the court about having the x-rays. Either answer is awful. He'd have to explain, like, the lean in. I was waiting for all of that. And then Brennan is like, we better not do that. I think my suspicion is that Brennan realized he'd been so efficiently boxed out of being able to come back with that there's no way you can make Welcher come back and look good. There's just so
he was not going to get the bang for his buck. Whatever interest he had in eliciting further information, the cross-examination was going to overwhelm it.
And I said I wouldn't bring up super chats, but I might occasionally, Bob Leslie won't be self-laudatory.
Whoa! Never seen that.
I also regret the lost rebuttal cross. Ref might have had to stop it. Yep,
that's very true.
Andrea is also a boxer, so she knows everything about the ref having to stop it. So can
I just say something about Andrea? Like you, Ian, she is an incredibly talented and astute lawyer.
100%.
You two just have extraordinary skills and natural instincts with regard to the law. And I will just say that Andrea Burkhart and Ian Runkle, when they say something, it's very much worth listening to.
Oh, thank you. I'm blushing, and I'm sure Andrea is as well. I had a question. Was there a particular piece of evidence that, because there was a whole lot you guys had, and there's places where, like, I was watching the arguments and I'm just like, I want this in. But for you guys, was there a particular sort of, if you had to pick sort of one thing you really wanted to get into or to address that you couldn't? Is there sort of something that comes to mind? Or
number one for me, ARCA was hired by the Department of Justice. That was number one for me. That was the third rail. I don't know. Does that term make sense to somebody from Canada? Do you know what the
Yes,
third rail is?
we've got
all right.
subways.
I didn't know if it was just a Boston term, but anyway, yeah, that was off limits. That was off limits from the moment it was mentioned to the judge that the federal investigation existed, and we received the information that we did, right up until the end of the trial. No, I think we got the sense, no matter what happened, that we would argue open the door for that discussion. She was not going to let us go there, and she didn't. So in light of the verdicts that we got, all's well, and I don't lose any sleep over that at all. But boy, it would have been sweet for the jury to have heard that. And I thought, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a judge, and maybe there's a reason for that. But I thought that was very relevant information. The jury should have known the genesis of how they came into the case. And we had to do it, this trial, by process of elimination. That's how we got that in. In the last trial, we had feedback from jurors, I'm sure you saw this, that some of them thought that ARCA was hired by Karen's insurance company, which, that impacts their credibility in a real negative way, right?
It's not just me that saw it. Brennan saw it too. And the way I know that is because he directly asked, so you get hired by insurance companies, right? And then followed that up with, is there a reason why you didn't want to tell the jury that you get hired by, what's the jury going to think? And then we don't get to know what's in sidebars, but tell me if I'm wrong here. The sidebar immediately following that, I'm sure, was, isn't this door open?
So that's something that we can't speak to. The sidebars have all been sealed. So
fair enough.
But judges instruct juries all the time that they can use deductive reasoning and draw inferences. So I will allow the fact finders here to draw their own inferences.
I thought that was blowing the door open. I was sitting there going, they have to let the FBI in at this point, because the jury, it's been directly suggested. And the other thing is that just sort of strikes me about this one is that if it's relevant, if they were hired by an insurance company, it's also got to be relevant whoever else hired them, if it bears on their credibility in any way. But I mean, I'm not.
You've persuaded me.
We've got a good verdict on it.
Yeah, the prosecution got to use that as a sword and a shield, and unfairly so. Which I think, Ian, is one of your points. I'll tell you quickly, my piece of evidence that's on the top of my list is the alternative theory as to what happened, namely that Mr. O'Keefe was not injured and was not killed at where he was located. That was someplace else, and we had solid medical and other evidence, and we were not allowed to proffer even the evidence, let alone push the theory. And isn't that a fundamental Sixth Amendment right, your constitutional right to a defense? Inherent in your constitutional right to a defense is the ability to put forth an alternative theory to that of the prosecution. And we had tremendous evidence backed by facts, backed by experts, and we were not allowed to go there. I wasn't even allowed to go there in my cross-examination of Dr. Scordy Bello, the medical examiner, who couldn't determine the manner of death. So why then wasn't it a minimum that I could pursue those questions, and I was not allowed to do so? That, I think, was an unfortunate situation, but that stuck out for me.
One of the moments that stuck out for me in hindsight, I guess, is that, and the chat will not forgive me if I don't ask this, the photos that Turtle Boy has tweeted out of the garage. And I sort of can rewind directly to where that would have been. The question of, So, I want to ask, is this going, is this consistent with the, the mark on the head? Was that sort of part of where you wanted to go with that, with, the photos there?
Unfortunately, that's another area that Ian Runkle ends up asking a tremendously good question, but we can only compliment the question and not begin an answer.
And for the people in the chat, lawyers are stuck with rules, and sometimes we end up with all sorts of, things. So please do not hold anything against them. It's just the nature of the profession. And I entirely encouraged them before we got on, like, if there's a question and you can't answer it, don't. So please do not. This is a sign of ethical lawyers. So I know it's frustrating sometimes with chats, but it is what it is. What did you guys think about the moment where they tried to get Karen Reed's communications in through Turtle Boy, or tried to get a hold of them through Turtle Boy? And there's that whole like movie badass moment as suddenly like the doors open and lawyers file in at the 11th hour to go, we object. Like, what were your thoughts when that was going down and when you're having to respond to that?
I will tell you that we were downstairs in a big jury room in the courthouse, and we had a bunch of folks in there, and we were live streaming what was going on in that courtroom. And then we started.
Bob, let me interrupt you. Explain why we were in that room.
David, please.
Well, we walked into the courthouse and we wanted to go up to the courtroom, and we were diverted by a court officer to say, there's a hearing going on upstairs. You guys wait in this, conference room. So I'm sorry I interrupted, but I think that's an important piece to this.
This is just another example of my stellar co-counsel being an excellent co-counsel. Important point to make sure we start with. So with that, we are then in this diverted room, and I can't remember who was on the team, just decided to start live streaming, and we watched, and then we were like, did they really ask that question? That involves and it implicates our client. Then the next one. And then all of a sudden someone said, we got to get up there. And so.
Well, and Bob, but you're also, you left out, we learned that the case upstairs, the name of that case was Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And I mean, our hair just spontaneously combusted and lit on fire. And Bob led the charge upstairs. You could see how fast he entered that courtroom.
Yeah, I was basically like, we're going up. And I don't know if my feet ever touched the ground from that room. And then, of course, there's court officers outside the door, right? You just can't walk in, an ongoing court proceeding. So I kind of like flew up the stairs, and the team was right with me. And then I see the court officers, and it's like, okay, Bob, you got to bring it down a notch. You got to walk professionally. You can't like run at them. And so I slowed the pace down. I went and I somewhat calmly said to the court officer outside the door, I said, excuse me, Officer X. And I know the name, I'm just trying to protect them because they did us a tremendous favor.
They're doing their job. They're not, yeah.
And so I said, there's a proceeding going on in there that we've learned is about our client, and there are statements made about our client. I said, we need to be in that room now. And to that officer's credit, he goes, okay, Mr. Lessie, I understand. Let me just check. So I believe, I don't know, he probably went and checked with whomever was the court officer in charge. Next thing you know, he opens up the door, and you saw the rest.
I was just watching it, and yeah.
I just want to add, my comment about the court officers telling us to remain downstairs, I am not alleging that they did anything that they shouldn't have done. I think it was just a directive trying to control traffic or whatever. I think it was an innocent explanation. And the court officers treated us great during this trial. So I'm just thinking to myself, is somebody going to take that the wrong way? And I just want to go on record with that.
I actually thought the court officers did a tremendous job, just watching this, because
they did.
I mean, that's a tiny courthouse or courtroom. It's a difficult scenario. There's a lot of without casting aspersions at anybody, there's a lot of tension among people who want to be present, and there was very little. I didn't hear really, aside from one instance, that's sort of a minor thing. I didn't hear of any conflict between the families. It just was very, very smooth and orderly. So I was quite impressed.
Oh yeah, they did a great job keeping control of that courtroom and really keeping control of the whole trial. They really did a commendable job, in my view.
Yeah, those court officers were absolutely stellar. I could probably list them all by first name. They would greet you professionally. Every once in a while, we just have an interpersonal conversation.
I'm sorry, you can't hear me. I'm taking a quick break real quick. What you saw was a mugshot of Barry Morphew. Here is his entering the system. Not very much to be seen, but somebody else is with him, that guy. Oh, he's gone into the door already. He went in through here. So, I think that's it. Let's see. I think they zoomed in. Here's his being arrested. Okay, I'll play here. Sorry about not being here. I'm gonna have to. I've been interpreting I've been live for 12 hours today. So he is in custody. Yeah, he was walking in quick. I want to take a moment to thank my mods. You guys have been here all day long, and I cannot express how much I appreciate you and how I could not do this without you. Interpreting, I can't do much. I can't do commenting. I can't do a lot of things, and I apologize for that. But I am going to. I do know. Let me do a check. Okay, I do know that we do not have a deaf person on at this moment. They're going to come back, so I'm going to take a break, and when they come
Your
back, I'll
daughter
start
plays
signing again.
softball. You watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. Oh, I just started watching it. These are human beings with a very, very difficult job and a very important job. And they were just stellar in every regard. And it started when you entered the courtroom and went through the machine. Melissa, Abby, they were all fantastic. And, entering a courtroom for something of these stakes, to have a humane and professional environment sets the tone for everything else that's going to happen in that courtroom. So total tip of the hat to the court officers.
And how do you feel that social media and sort of, I guess, new media, which I guess includes me, but, Turtle Boy and just Twitter in general affected this trial?
Two answers to that. Number one, I don't have any evidence that jurors were paying attention to social media, and they answered those same three questions the same way every day. So I think we have to take them at their word. I will say that we paid general attention to social media, and if we didn't, it was pointed out to us. And there were, I won't say advice, but there was information on social media that we wound up using to our advantage during this trial. There are a lot of smart people out there watching this case, and we have, I think, three smart lawyers and Dave in a conference room, working through it as well. But the addition of these people who were so invested in our defense and trying to help out and sort of seeing things from a different perspective, it benefited us.
Yeah, I want to build on what David said quickly and just say, in the type of cases I try, and I'm fortunate to try some heavy high-stake cases, I call them sort of like COVID cases. Remember COVID, there were the big basketball games or football games, big games on, and you look in the audience and there's nobody there. So, when I'm trying, like, whatever, a trademark case or patent, whatever it is, you don't have this much attention for these cases. So social media's impact on a case, this was a little bit new for me. And so I have a large firm and we've got a social media team, and they were monitoring what was going on. And in some ways, it's just writ large of the jury. It could be representative. So two functions to me were, as David said, the information we were getting. There was just some great ideas and some great thoughts, but also sort of a barometer. Are we landing what we're trying to do? And I haven't had that benefit from many trials. Is not that it's statistically significant all the time, but I will also say, lastly, that I didn't have much time to do it, but I will tell you, I would tune in to Ian Runkle and see what he had to say and see what his thoughts were. I would tune into Andrea Burkhart, Peter Tragos, the defense diaries, these two detectives, forensic detectives, Ron and Paul, whoever they are. I would tune into them. Ted Daniel, what's he hearing out on the street? And I could
Too bad
go
we ain't
on
listed.
and on and on. The brother counsel. There are just so many. And to me, it was just like a big library. I didn't have time to read all the books, but sometimes I would pick up some. And so I think, I'll speak for myself. Social media gave me more tools and more information, and I'm very grateful. And I am completely impressed with the level of astuteness and intelligence out there.
Did you notice a difference in sort of, vibe between like the commentary online versus the commentary from like mainstream media and some of the more institutional, media?
Oh, completely. And I'm going to give an excuse for mainstream traditional media that they may not deserve, but they are soundbite news people, right? They have 30 seconds a minute. And the more modern, if you will, podcasters, YouTubers, lawtubers, you just get more extended conversations, right? So the vibe to me is there's a greater depth with regard to what I call the more modern media. And I will say,
So true.
unfortunately, and I hope I don't have an undue bias, I just thought the mainstream media wasn't accurately reporting what really the facts were, where the case was going. I just didn't get the sense, with one exception, or maybe two exceptions, that, it was more than just a vibe. It was, they were maybe trying to manufacture a vibe that just really wasn't represented by the facts. So my perspective was, I really think that because of the beauty of Ian, what you and your colleagues in your industry do, you're not able to do that. You're going to have somebody with a super chat or some other they're going to come right at you. So I just like the whole vibe of the check and balance that exists in the more modern atmosphere. And, you got to go on and face everybody on your shows. Whereas some executive producer at pick your major network, they're not accountable, right? And they can push a narrative, or they can maybe keep, soundbitey. And so for all those reasons, I think there's a different vibe. And one of the reasons why, and David, of course, will speak for himself, is we're on your show and will probably be on other shows, is because I just think the vibe you give people is pretty simple. Accuracy. It's more accurate.
And the other thing I'll just say, I've been a criminal defense lawyer for ages, and you go to a party and you always get what I call the party question. It's somebody who's up in your face about how can you possibly do that. And one of the things I've seen change, a number of people in my chat have said, hey, I never thought that I'd have heroes who were criminal defense lawyers. Like, that to me is such a huge change, and that's you guys. Like, that is, and I know you're saying I'm not going to, toot my own horn, but you guys really are like legitimate heroes in a way that, I guess it's hard to sort of explain to the average person, the sense of like, you guys actually were in a situation where you saw somebody in trouble and stepped in, many of you with like, not just no financial interest, but like at a loss, and were able to like, I have some skills, I have some, and I'm gonna, step up. I guess, you guys, how does it feel sort of to be that, that sort of hero to many, many people nowadays?
So can I take the first crack at that, Bob? Yeah, I mean, I would give some pushback that where anything special in terms of being heroes, or that there's something unique about us. I don't think that's the case. I think that this team is talented and dedicated, and generally smart, despite my inclusion on the team. But I think that there are a lot of other attorneys who could do what we do. If you came down, Ian, and you were hired for this case, you would have stepped in seamlessly. And there are a lot of other attorneys who would do the same thing. So I look at it more as we were doing our job, and we were incredibly fortunate to have a case that galvanized the public because everyone recognized the injustice. So, it wasn't, it certainly makes me feel so good that I was representing someone in whom I saw her innocence, and I saw the injustice, and maybe I was able to help out in some small way in terms of trying to correct that. But I don't buy into this. All of a sudden I'm something special. I don't feel that way. I feel like I did my job. And the second aspect of this is that putting that aside, it's surreal to be in this situation. Surreal. I don't know if you probably never got down to the courthouse. You just saw the videos outside because you're so far away.
We could hear the
But
roar from inside the courtroom camera.
my goodness. I mean, to have the adoring public clamoring for your attention or some type of connection. I mean, I'm not used to that. I'm not somebody that seeks out that limelight. If I'm at a party, I'm generally in a corner having a private conversation as opposed to working the crowd. I think the other members of my team may have a little different perspective, but I so appreciated being in this position. I had such love for everybody that showed up. I mean, I was blown away by the people that would take time out of their day and wait for us to come out of the courthouse. And, the crowds kept getting bigger and bigger. And I will never in my life forget the feeling walking out of that courthouse after we won and seeing the throngs of people lining the streets with signs and giving us the I love you sign in sign language. And I had such love in my heart for everybody, and I was drinking it in. I was trying to make eye contact.
I love you. I love you, hug. We're loving, love hug. Y'all, that blessed me to see everybody doing the I love yous. That was amazing. The news media did not know how to report that, though. I wanted to call them and educate them, but what good would it have done? I'll be interpreting in a minute.
Contact with everybody in that crowd. I just wanted to make a connect. I would have kissed everybody in that crowd if I could. And I'll never forget it. It was such a special experience.
My perspective is similar, but a little different in some ways than David's. Similar in that the real heroes in my mind are those people who put on the uniform for their country, don't make a lot of money,
Exactly.
sacrifice their lives, be it a first responder, a military person. They literally put their lives on the line, and they may not see their family when they come home. And so to me, I have a special and limited definition of a hero. However, I do view ourselves as a step down below heroes, but somewhat of an elevated status. And I view that as being a vessel, being privileged to take on the desires, the wants, and the cries for justice of the millions of people who have watched this trial and watched what happened. So in that regard, I almost feel somewhat like an avatar for everybody. And so with that comes a responsibility to work hard, do good, because we're the only thing between those folks and just disappointment. And so I consider it a stepping up. There are significant financial sacrifices. Everybody on this team made personal financial sacrifices. I'm not going to go into the details, but they're real. And however, and David has heard me say this before, there are different kinds of income in my mind. There's monetary income that everybody knows about. There's psychic income, which gives you a feeling of joy in what you're doing. And then there's spiritual income. And whether it's religious or just whatever spiritual, that's income. And I will tell you for myself, the spiritual income from being able to work on this case, to be a vessel through which millions of people could exist and see that we're every one of them. We have some skill sets that we can do maybe a little bit more, but many people, as David said, did so many things and sacrificed. Also, I felt that there are there's a limited number of attorneys in my mind who would actually end up doing this. And so I want to credit my team members. And I never heard anybody once in the many months.
You're about to get to where where I was about to, I think.
Yeah, I just came on the second trial. David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Liza Little. This was their second. And no one ever mentioned one peep about how this is affecting me in whatever way. So I want to give credit particularly to my co-counsel for the sacrifices they made, and a step down below hero, but maybe a little bit more than your average person.
I think you guys might be being too humble, because if anybody ever comes at you, you can say, we saved a life. And when I think of the files that I have, that I like feel good about, I don't think about the file where I made a pile of money. I think about the file that I did for basically nothing. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5, 6, somewhere around that files, like separate sets of charges. I got $50 out of it, but I saved a guy's leg. And that's what I think about. And the thing is that guy had gone from courtroom to courtroom. When you say anybody would do it, it's not the case. It's that the people who step up will do it. I mean, I'm sure you could have found any number of lawyers who would have said, I'll do this if the money's there. But you guys stepped up and kept at it. And, that to me is, I put tremendous value in that myself. And I am, in awe and grateful for the example. So, don't sell yourselves too short, I guess, is the, and what about, sort of did you guys have other sacrifices? Because we heard, some witnesses talking about, harassment and so forth. Has that affected you? Has that been sort of something that's been in your life and a concern?
Not really. Social media is a very powerful tool, and we've had so much positive feedback that it's been so gratifying to read that. And then on the other side, we've made enemies, and there are people watching right now who hate my guts. I'm so lovable. How can you hate me? But no, I mean, there are people that disagree with our stance in this case, are very angry at how hard we have pushed our defense, and I understand that. But I don't internalize it. They say whatever they want about me, and I'm sorry, but it just rolls off my back. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and me neither. I mean, I'm a boxer. I go in and get hit for fun, involuntarily. None of that daunts me, and it doesn't affect me whatsoever. But I also think of our client, Karen Reed. If you could just begin to even imagine what she's gone through, what she's taken, and what she's taken every day with her entire liberty at stake, to me, Bob Alessi taking an adverse comment, being threatened, whatever it is, it's just like it just pales in comparison. But more importantly than all of that is, I would like to believe that what this defense team has done deters what has happened to Miss Reed, that the next whomever it is, law enforcement, whatever, they think about doing what happened here, where they miscalculated the strength of the response of Karen Reed. I would like to hope that serves as a deterrent, in that whatever little effect of us, a threat or whatever, that we see that it's worth it, because if there's one less Karen Reed victim in the world, then it's all worth it. But I'm hopeful that whatever we've incurred has avoided many injustices that otherwise might have incurred because people say, wow, we better be careful because if we misstep, maybe we see a team like the Karen Reed team again, and maybe we just do the right thing.
This time they really tangled with a porcupine. Karen Reed was tougher than they gave her credit for, and it
oh yes, oh
it
yes,
didn't work out for them at all.
No, they had no idea what they were up against. I mean, you hit on a good point. I mean, this defense team was very tough. We did our jobs, but it was Karen Reed that would not be bent.
Do you think there'll be sort of corollary consequences for, like, we've seen Proctor is no longer Trooper Proctor. I don't know what he's going to be doing with his life at this point, but I wish him a long career that has no authority over people. Do you think there's going to be, sort of follow-up consequences, that there's going to be more people who maybe see sanctions or some other punishment for their involvement in this whole thing?
I think there's two broad categories to the answer to that. In 30 seconds, I think there's the legal, new or continued legal matters to address these matters. And I'm saying it purposefully obtusely. But I think there's also a democratic approach and democracy. We have an absolutely wonderful country in the United States. I know Canada has a great system as well. I know the United States. I don't know Canada as well. But we have a system where we've got a great democracy. And I am hopeful that the great people of this country that I love will take action, exercise the right to vote, stand up, be heard, and cause reform to be made. And do it in a constructive way, a peaceful way, but an aggressive way. And so I'm hopeful that even more than the legal avenues, that people who have engaged so wonderfully and smartly stay engaged and cause change to be made, because change needs to be made in matters that we've experienced. So that's my hope, is that the democracy and the groundswell continues, and I think that's the best way to effectuate, and most enduring way to effectuate change.
What do you think? Have you guys seen the sort of Proctor, McCabe, Albert sort of reputation rehabilitation tour that they seem to be on? Do you have any thoughts on any of their interviews or any of those sort of things they've been up to?
Have you seen it, Bob?
I've seen only very quick summaries on social media. I have not watched one video on it, so I have not.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen the interview start to finish. I've just seen some snippets. I mean, they seem like they're upset, and they have every right to be heard. I'm really not focusing on that. I think that's for others to comment on, I think.
In some ways, I think that might be the best if nobody watches them, but
yeah, I believe our legal system is constructed and is the best vehicle to get the truth out. And I really wish that those folks would have been under oath to tell their story under oath, because that is the way our system is constructed to get the truth out the best. That didn't happen in this second trial, but in our system, that's the way for the truth to come out the best. Other vehicles for doing that, I leave it to others to do what they do in those fora. But I think time and time again, it's proven that you raise your hand and you go under oath. That's the way the truth comes out the best.
I will say that one thing that has been very disappointing to me in the aftermath of this verdict is the number of legal commentators some of whom are licensed attorneys, some of whom are former FBI or law enforcement, who have come out and criticized the jury in this case.
Yes.
I think that is pornographic. I think it's outrageous, and nobody who operates within this system should be criticizing a jury that spent even an hour evaluating evidence and a 2-minute verdict, never mind taking 3 months out of their lives and several days to hash out the evidence and decide whether the state has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think, ironically, District Attorney Morrissey had it right when he came out with a statement that was just 4 words, which is "the jury has spoken." That's all we should be hearing now from the other side. We shouldn't be hearing any attacks on the jury or what they did or didn't do, particularly from lawyers. How can you do that as a lawyer? And how can you ask for anyone to respect you if you are criticizing what a jury has done in the great system that we have? So that made me feel better to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to get there and ask if you've seen, some of that criticism, because I share I share your feelings on it. But B, if you've seen the juror interview, like some of the juror interviews that have been released.
Yeah, I haven't seen the juror interviews. I've seen, again, social media snippets about what they may say, which I just can't wait. I need to see and hear the whole thing. But I want to say this, and this is the first thing of substance that I said immediately after we left the courthouse. I looked over at the courthouse and said, God bless those 12 men and women on the jury. God bless them. They performed so ably, not because of the result we got. They paid such close attention. David and I have been in front of a lot of juries. They were so attentive. They took notes. They were poker players. You seldom would see, with a few exceptions, any reaction. They did their job. They had the front row seat. This is our system. This is a great system. And I couldn't agree with David more. I'm outraged, particularly at attorneys. Some people in lay media, maybe because maybe they don't know the sacrosanct nature of the jury and the jury system. But I am equally outraged of any legal professional that mentions one word about the jury other than God bless you, thank you for your service, your sacrifices. And I just don't get it.
There have been in the past, like, historical miscarriages with juries and so forth. This jury, the ones who've given interviews and so forth, it is very clear that they took things very seriously. And the comments, I actually, here in Canada, we can't interview jurors. It's actually illegal to go up to a juror and ask them a question. My wife was on a jury. I don't know anything about the trial because I, take that seriously. But my faith in the system was restored tremendously watching some of those interviews and the degree of thought. And it wasn't just any, we see criticism that they just were like, oh, they were free Karen Reed people who snuck onto the jury, which is scurrilous and has no basis. But just the way they put thought into it and the way they express skepticism of both sides. There's evidence that it's clear that the defense brought that they were not convinced by, and other things that they were, and ultimately they weighed all of that. I have it really restores a lot of my my faith in everything. I wanted to ask about Victoria George. She was a non-deliberating juror in the first trial, and then came on and joined the team. So are you guys able to comment on sort of on that, which is this trial piles up unprecedented things. I don't know that that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I don't think it has either. I mean, we really can't talk about strategy, behind the scenes and conversations that included our client and the attorneys. But I can say, generally speaking, that Victoria was an asset to us during the course of this trial. She was, she's got very young children. She was pregnant during the first trial with twins. So, I mean, she made a tremendous sacrifice to make herself available to us, particularly at the start of the trial when she was in court with us when we were picking a jury, and she was a full team member. We couldn't ask her to, be there for the entire trial. I mean, I'm amazed that she was able to take, the time that she did during jury selection. But I will say that, she was active. She was, motivated. She's smart. I think that's as far as I will go without getting behind the scenes.
The conventional wisdom is to keep lawyers off of the jury, and it sounds like there's been a lawyer on each panel. So that's probably getting too much into strategy about why you wouldn't bounce the lawyer. But I thought that was a very interesting aspect. Lawyers usually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You please finish. I thought you finished.
I was saying the conventional wisdom is bounce lawyers just with prejudice every time you see them.
Lawyers have different styles, and I respect them with jury selection. Mine is pretty simple. Get the smartest, fairest, most honest people you can. Put your trust in them. Put on a case. Provide them with as much truthful and accurate and probative evidence as you can, and let them perform their role. So to me, whether it's a lawyer, a doctor, whomever it is, just get those types of people on, and usually justice will be served.
That I think that's commendable, because that indicates that you have confidence in your case. If you're like, I need smart people who can sort of pick through this, that to me is sort of a strong moment there. What were your days like when you're not, in court? Of course, you're in court, but in the evening, what were you guys, what did you guys get up to? What sort of, what was sort of the average day like there?
You speak to that, Bob.
Well, we're up very early in the morning. I was up at like 4:50 in the morning, 5 o'clock the latest. I have a routine in the morning, did my routine. We'd meet downstairs in the hotel lobby around 8 in the morning. I'd bring my one of my most prized possessions, which is my Yan Yeti cooler. Food in. I rented condo space in the cooler to the namesake, David Yanetti. He'd bring his food. He'd put it in there in the cooler. We had a little routine.
Were there any ham sandwiches?
But no, I'm familiar with the reference to the ham sandwich. I'd like to believe that I had a little bit of an influence on David's food selection. David is, I think, I call him the Adonis. He's very fit, and we would eat healthy because we had the Yan Yeti. We would go to court, put in everything we had, go to lunch to his denim office, hurry back, be done with our day, come back, we'd eat, and then we'd go right back to preparing for the next day. We did do something that was a bit of a luxury. David and I joined the Equinox Health Club. So what we tried to do was, as much as we could, sleep be damned, as we'd go to the Equinox and we'd do our cardio, we'd do lifting weights, and it was a great release, feel like you were doing something positive. I do it as much for behavioral health as I do it for physical health, but we were gym rats a bit, You know, every once in a while we'd go out to dinner and just try to be normal people and laugh. I got to tell you, this team had a tremendous sense of humor. Just
It's so true.
the people who did impressions of people who had, it was just fabulous. And I got to tell you, I can remember one time distinctly that I laughed so hard I thought my stomach muscles had seized, and I had to literally run away from the table because the person who was doing some imitation had me laughing so hard. I literally had to leave the table. You know, there were it was a great culture among the team. We knew what we were doing. We're serious, but we also enjoyed our company and did some normal things.
Yeah, we really did enjoy being together. I mean, even more so than the last trial, we were all under a tremendous amount of stress. But you know, I thought we worked very well together. I had told you, you know, we were open to others' suggestions, and we all were rowing in the same direction all the time. And those times when we could get away from the work temporarily, enjoy a meal together or get a cup of coffee or whatever, everybody had a great sense of humor. Nobody took themselves too seriously. And yeah, we genuinely enjoyed being together, which, you know, thank God we were together for, you know, 3 months in a hotel away from our families, right?
Karen dubbed it the adult dorm.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys couldn't get along, the tensions would have started to show up at some point in this trial. And I never saw any indication that you guys were anything other than just working entirely as a team. Have you guys formed is a bond? Is there going to be? Are you guys going to all stay in touch, or have you sort of?
Can I answer this, because I thought of something appropriate to mention here. I had one of my best friends was starting a new job at a firm in his late 30s. And I checked in with him and I said, hey, you know, have you met anybody there that you know, is a good guy or made a connection? And he said, Dave, he said, you got to understand something. You have gone through a tremendous screening process. I've met people in elementary school and high school and college and after college. I've met thousands of people, and you've made it through that screening process, and you're my good friend. What are the chances that Bob sitting next to me at my next job is going to make it through that same screening process? The chances are so small, I'm not even interested, right? So he was like, I've got my friends, right? I, at age 62, have proven that theory wrong, because I've met one of my best friends who will remain my best friend. I consider him like a brother, and he's on this screen with me right now. And I feel so fortunate that, you know, this experience and one other case that we did together has brought us together. So your question, will we stay in touch? There's not a doubt that we will stay in touch. He's one of my best friends now. And by the way, that's taking nothing away from Alan Jackson and Liza Little and Karen Reed. I love them all like brothers and sisters, but Bob and I have a special connection.
Yeah, I agree completely with David, and not to try to do a one-up, but I'm 5 years older than David. So my, you know, finding one of my best friends at 67 years old is also something I didn't think would happen, but it's happened, and it's just another joyous outcome of this trial. So absolutely, we've already started to think about the subject matter, God willing, if we're 82 on a rocking chair someplace, hopefully we'll remember some things of this trial and just sort of hopefully, you know, it was sort of like throwing back of high moments, and hopefully we remember this thing when we're sitting in that rocking chair someplace with a smile on our face, as David says, enjoying the cool of the evening.
can I just note that for 62 and 67, the two of you do not look your ages.
Amen.
I'm kind of in
They
awe
do
of that.
not.
So, and the chat is going, there is no way.
Well, and by the way, the chat has not seen Bob in a tank top at the gym either. So that would reinforce that.
I regret to inform you that the picture of Bob working out or flexing has been a popular one for people on,
All right.
on stream
Fair enough.
thumbnails. I was
fair enough.
At first I thought it must be a Photoshop because I was like, there is no way. And then nope, that's a whole thing.
Well, listen,
now,
David's been gracious to not post his, because if he does, then I am not going to be able to survive the comparison. Someday, hopefully, the world sees what I see.
It's and Bob, you'd mentioned some of your hobbies, but David, what do you do to sort of relax and try to, when you're not in the thick of lawyering, sort of to keep sane? Because
yeah, so it's kind of a difficult question to answer for me right now because I haven't done anything like that in months, and I'm like, what do I do with my time right now? So I have two sons who are 19 and 23 who have gotten into golf, and I am the world's worst golfer, but it's a real good way to kind of capture their attention for 4 hours. So I take my sorry ass onto the course and spray balls into the woods and don't worry about looking for them and just drop on the fairway and keep going. And I have a 12-year-old daughter who I haven't seen in so long, and I'm going to learn, I think, shortly whether she still wants to hang with her dad or is it all about her friends at this point. So yeah, I'm trying to see my family and spend some quality time at home.
I wanted to add just to that, our families have made the biggest sacrifice here. And I've got a tremendous, lovely wife, Ellen Alessi, who was a year behind me in law school, had a successful law career, gave it up to raise our two beautiful, wonderful adult daughters, now Laura and Grace. As my oldest often says, she's the backbone of the family. She did everything. This is a very, very intelligent woman who for this trial literally made all my food, packaged it, took my shirts, ironed them, and was just totally into full support as she has been through our whole marriage. And so to me, sort of getting back and treating her with everything she deserves and taking time to focus on her is going to be a joy. And that will be my new hobby that I take on. And I've met another joyous aspect of this. David's just absolutely lovely wife, Robin. And we've talked about all the things that we need to do and catch up with our spouses. But the sacrifice spouses make in this legal profession, if you're going to do it at a certain level, is just not only intense, but it's long standing. And I can speak for myself. My wife, Ellen, has just been absolutely there every year, every day, so that we can take on these and not have the stress of, gee, is my spouse going to be met, but totally into it. So I just wanted to make sure that is known with regard to what my new hobby is going to be, is to really pay attention to that and make sure there's the reciprocity that is due.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the sacrifices, families make, because that is a huge, even just in terms of temperament. I've had moments where you're in like a week-long trial and you come home and your wife is glad to see you and you're like, I have used every bit of my energy on this trial, and I have to get ready for tomorrow, and I'm really sorry. And finding somebody who understands that and is able to deal with it, but they carry a lot of weight. So I'm really glad to see you guys, recognizing that and appreciating that, because I think that's important. This was a question somebody asked, that did Dr. Russell ever get to talk to Dr. Laposada after everything was done? Because she'd sort of expressed disappointment about not getting to read the report. So people were like, did that ever happen?
Let me tell you that I cannot say enough about Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposado. What incredibly brilliant, established, esteemed doctors. My Lord. I don't know the answer to the question. I do know that there was incredible mutual admiration. And as you know, you don't want experts, I don't anyway, talking to each other, not just because of sequestration order, but just for purity of opinion. But the short answer is I don't know if they've had the opportunity to speak afterward. I just remain in awe of both of them, not only for their brilliance, their intelligence, their careers, but how they comported themselves on the stand with regard to a manner of examination that I wish would not have happened.
Can I mention something personal about Dr. Russell? I'm taking some liberties with regard to my brother-in-law, whom I love. But during this trial, he was bitten by a dog on the hand, badly. And
sorry.
I happened to mention it to Dr. Russell after she testified, and she took such an interest in. I want to see the photos. Can I, give you some advice on how to handle this? And, because my sister had asked me, can you, he was bit and it looked terrible. I saw the photos and they think there might be a little piece of the tooth still in the hand. Does he need surgery? And so I was like, well, I've got like the leading doctor in the world right here. Maybe I can catch her before she leaves. And she gave him advice, and it all worked out great. But more than that, just to tell you what type of person she is, she followed up 3 or 4 times on her own without being asked, asking how the patient was and checking in with them. And I was just blown away. She is like the salt of the earth. She's obviously brilliant. And as Bob says, a tremendous witness, but it may be one of the most caring people, and her story is so remarkable in terms of her background. We actually have mutual friends because she used to be a Malden police officer. One of my good friends was the chief of police in Malden and knew her when she was a beat cop. She is a remarkable woman, and that's just sort of an addition to what she did during the trial. I thought our experts in this case were head and shoulders above any experts in any case I've ever seen and ever been involved in. Dr. Laposado was unbelievable. Dr. Russell, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Wolf, everybody that we called, we were so fortunate.
First of all, you're trying to get through Dr. Russell's resume, and you needed more days just to get through that. I would love to read, like, if she ever writes a book about her life, I would love to read that. And I share your I guess consternation at how she was treated in especially in the voir dire. I and a lot of other people found that to be hard to watch. And even in the follow-up, he asked a question, do you have memory issues? And you could see her like audibly gasp. I felt bad, but she held her own. She didn't get angry. She didn't get I was incredibly impressed. And whenever I sort of think about, you know, the best witnesses of the trial, the best people, like the people, I also think of people like Lucky Loughran.
Oh, salt of the earth.
I let me tell you, David Yannetti worked with him, and I believe the whole world saw a person who spoke the truth, who was courageous, but to have a witness who's not a witness. This is this person who, you know, worked for the Public Works Department. His life is not being a witness. And David Yannetti, with his endless compassion and charm, made Lucky comfortable so he could sit on the stand and not only tell the truth, but withstand attacks against him about telling the truth. That's the type of lawyering that the public never sees, but I saw, and it was just absolutely tremendous so that he could be comfortable enough to tell the truth. And Ian, as you know, being the lawyer that you are, witness preparation, and preparation in the good sense, just you're going to be okay, and you know this may come up, and just so that they can sit there and tell the truth. David Yannetti is a master at that and making people.
I will tell you, I've been a witness at least 20 times. And I have to tell you, a good lawyer will get you in a place when you get on that witness stand, you are ready, you are capable. It's not that you go over your testimony over and over and over again. It's that they sit there and prep you for the attacks and how to handle those attacks as best as you can. And they try to get you to be as comfortable as you can. They understand your weakness and your strength, and they work with that. That is a good lawyer prepping a witness.
Feel valued and comfortable. And I think the manifestation of that came through. I think that was one of the most important witnesses of the whole trial.
I think that he was a witness that Brennan did very poorly against, because he came off as a witness who really didn't have a dog in the fight. I got the sense that if he had something to say that would have hurt your side, he would have just said it, because he didn't, you know, he just didn't seem to have any stake in it other than, I have a responsibility to come in and tell the truth, and I'm going to do it. And I wish there was a way to like help Lucky, but from what I understand, what Lucky wants most in the universe at this point is for everybody to leave him alone and just to go be Lucky. And I mean, of all the modest,
if there's a hero of the trial, that's a guy that I look up to. You know, I don't get the sense that he's gotten a lot of praise for the good things that he does, the everyday things that he does. You know, his wife was very sick, and he was a devoted husband taking care of her. I mean, this is a man that you can count on. And, you know, I've been in touch with him since the trial, and I consider him to be a friend now, and somebody that I'm privileged to have known. I mean, Lucky Loughran is the salt of the earth.
I get the sense that, like, if I was in Canton and like had driven my truck off the road and needed somebody to like help pull it out, and I called Lucky out of the blue just as somebody he'd never heard of and just was like, I need help, I get the sense that he'd be there as a, you know, and he just wouldn't have any, you know, questions. He'd just be like, let me get out there. And he'd also be the guy, I get the sense that if you were sitting there going, hey, can I give you, you know, some cash to help for helping me out? He would have said no.
No, not a chance. No, that's spot on, Ian, spot on.
You know, I understand he sort of wants to be left alone, but I really hope he understands that he's sort of loved by the world, I guess, is the feeling on that one. What can people do at this point to help Karen? Because she's, she's won, but it's always the thing I always have to explain to clients, and I'm sure you've gone through, and I don't want to, know about what you've gone through, but, you win a trial and you walk away with basically nothing. And, the system can trample you, and then you say, what are you going to do to make me right? And they say, I would be surprised if they even put the entertainment console back into her Lexus before they, so.
No, it's so true.
What can
And
people
consider that she had a rich and full life as of January 28th. I mean, she was an accomplished professional with a full-time job in finance and assistant professor position, and she lost everything. So you see us celebrating after the verdict, and certainly that was justified and heartfelt. But I think once the dust settles, I think she'll have to decide what the next step is. And I think her legal issues are not yet over. There's still a civil lawsuit pending against her. I don't know what will happen to that in light of this verdict. I think that by all rights should be dropped. But I don't practice in that area of law, and I don't know where that's going. So I imagine the legal defense fund is still active. She's still going to need experts for expert witnesses for that case. The public has been incredibly generous. So I think that's all I'll say.
And I hope that continues, quite honestly, because that's been a whole thing. Have you guys been following Turtle Boy as well? Because that's kind of a corollary to this. Do you have any thoughts on Turtle Boy's prosecution? I know you're not counsel there, but any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that enough's enough. They went after Karen Reed with everything they possibly could, and he's collateral damage to that. He was aggressive. There's no doubt in the manner in which he asked questions. But it's funny. Somebody posted a video of 60 Minutes going to somebody's door and sticking a microphone in somebody's face and making accusations, and that's like old time journalism. I do not believe that the state's going to get convictions against him either. And the case that he was involved in has now been shown to have been really a false case. At most, this turned out to be a first offense drunk driving conviction. So I hope they come to their senses and stop this prosecution. I'm certainly rooting for him.
And we are we're over the time that I sort of asked you guys for. I really appreciate you guys are of course welcome to stay, but I am well over, and I know at least Bob, I'm holding you back from family and so forth. So aside from celebrating that Karen Reed is free, any sort of final words here for people? Anything I missed out on, and or so?
David,
I just want to reiterate how much we sincerely appreciate all of the support that we got. I don't know that we would be here without everybody out there who has fought with us, fought for us, buoyed us. You all are heroes in my view.
Yeah, very similar to David's comment. I have always been impressed with humanity. I am particularly impressed with the community that got interested in this case, got involved, didn't sit on the sidelines, and participated in the now very large community. And my hope is that those people who are in whatever system and it's not treating them fairly and justly, I'm hopeful that they have a community very similar to the community that Karen had, because in certain instances, it's not enough to have friends and it's not enough to have family. You really do need the larger community. And I am going to be eternally grateful, because as hard as we worked as attorneys, as many opportunities we've had to try to effectuate our skills, this result would not have happened without this very large community. It just wouldn't have happened.
Thank you guys so much for both appearing and for everything you've done. You guys are the people who stepped up, and you've achieved something historic. I really do think that when they are teaching, famous trials, significant trials, this is one that deserves to be taught. I'm certainly trying to push the local law school to let me teach a course on advocacy through famous trials. And I can say that there are numerous moments where I would want to highlight the excellent work you guys did and just say, like, look, this is how you cross-examine an expert. This is how you cross-examine a difficult witness. This is how, all of these things. I don't know that we'll ever see a trial like this. I feel like it's all downhill for legal coverage from now. So thank you guys so much. Really, really do appreciate it. And I'd love to stay in touch. I know you guys are super busy, but I will probably harass you via email. So assuming you're willing to put up with it, so thank you guys. Yeah. And I will let you go. I've got a stack of super chats. I understand you guys. I mean, I'm not going to chase you off, but I understand people have got to go. So cheers. Thank you so much.
Great to meet you, Ian, and really thanks for having us.
Yes.
I can speak for Bob. We loved it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye, David.
See you.
Okay, with that,
we both reached for the as usual. I'm somewhat difficult to interrupt. Things I should have asked about is that because that if I
it's so hard.
My Ha says new. Amount of resources and effort that was required, a portion of one. I've got it, Rob, but all felt that emotion. It was raw. It was
okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take this down. Come back over here. He's such an amazing guy, and I'm really grateful. And thank you for letting me interpret this for you. He gave me permission to do so. So I'm so grateful. It is very difficult to get over being screwed by the system. I know from experience. Amen, sister. I have PTSD, have a lot of pent-up anger, and it doesn't just go away. It's been 4 years for me. I speak healing over you. It can become better. It will. Get help, work through it. It's tough. It's not fun, but the reward of coming out on the other side is far greater than living where you are now. So with that, I'm going to encourage everybody to continue supporting YouTubers like me and Ian and everybody else. Thank you guys so much for being with me all day. I'm going to try and find a way to separate this so I'll have a separate live. I know it can be done. I'll figure it out. But I'm going to edit this one. It was an unplanned. Ronnie, thank you for sticking with me all night. We've had a lot of mods. We've had a lot of people today. Rodney, you are simply the best, better than all the rest. You're my queen mod, and I love you very much. Everybody, I am off tomorrow. Hallelujah. we are not going to promise anything Sunday. It has been a week, and I will do my best to be here Sunday. But also, my daughter just got, so I want to try, and she's on a vacation, so I really want to try and spend some time with her on the phone as much as I can. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think that some of us need a little palate cleanse, have a little time off to spend with our families. I do. I have been working this so much that I kind of neglected some of my own responsibilities, including college. I've got a test to take tonight by midnight. So I got to let you go. Okay, guys. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.